Chapter 2564. Frightening enemy. Lu Ming used all his strength and became one with his sword. Al turned into a dazzling sword light and attacked the humanoid bat. Blood splattered everywhere. One of the bat-shaped creature's wings was almost cut off. He screamed and quickly retreated. Before Lu Ming activated the double combat strength formula, his combat strength was weaker than a second-level Void G.O.D. realm powerhouse. However, after activating the double combat strength formula, his abilities had completely said a second-level Void G.O.D. realm powerhouse. Kill! Lu Ming simply stared at the humanoid bat and kept slashing at it. However, the bald man had also arrived. He joined forces with the humanoid bat to fight Lu Ming. As for the giant python, it was hiding in the distance, controlling the snake-shaped thin sword from afar to attack Lu Ming. Boom. Boom. The two sides continued fight and exchanged dozens of moves. Even though Lu Ming was fighting Ankh against 3, he still had the upper hand. Puchi. One of the bat-like creature's wings was completely chopped off by Lu Ming. Blood splattered in all directions and drowned the entire mountain. Ah, brat, and I'm going to break your head. The human-shaped bat roared in anger, but what welcomed it was Lu Ming's sword gleam. The sword light flashed, and one of the bat-like creature's wings was almost cut off. It was so scared that it retreated. Clang. Lu Ming turned around and swung his sword. His sword collided with the bald man's and the bald man was sent flying. How is this kid so strong? The bald man's face was gloomy as he retreated to the python's side. As for the human-shaped bat, he hurriedly came to the bald man and the other's side. The three of them gathered together, not daring to separate. What do we do? This brat is too strong. We can't kill him, nor can we tear the heaven-suppressing seal. The giant python said, "Where's Su-Tu? Why isn't he here yet? Once he's here, we can deal with this kid." The human-shaped bat said, "You're really useless. You can't even deal with a native from a small kiliacosm." Suddenly, a cold and arrogant voice sounded. The void trembled and a figure appeared out of thin air. This figure looked similar to a human. He had a well-proportioned body, but his eyes were cold and filled with a faint arrogance. Su-Tu! Ceasing this person, the bald man, the human-shaped bat, and the giant python were all overjoyed. Su-Tu, this person has mastered the path of a ruler. It's best not to kill him. Capture him alive and offer him to young master. Young master will definitely be overjoyed. The bald man said, "Understood." Su-Tu nodded. He looked at Lu Ming and said indifferently, "Brat, surrender without resistance and you can suffer less physical pain. If you want to take me down, then let's see if you have the ability." Lu Ming said coldly. The purple gold light on his body grew thicker and thicker. However, his heart was heavy because he couldn't see through this person called Su-Tu at all. "You're overestimating yourself." Su-Tu's cold voice was heard. He then took a step forward and in an instant he was close to Lu Ming and threw a punch. Boom. This punch contained a terrifying power. The terrifying power compressed the void and crushed toward Lu Ming with an earth-shattering force. There was no way to avoid it, so he could only take it head-on. Lu Ming growled and gathered all his energy, slashing with all his might. Boom. Lu Ming felt as if he had slashed at an iron wall. Endless power surged and the combat sword vibrated continuously, almost flying away. Lu Ming was sent flying by the punch. His body was like a meteorite, crashing to the ground. The ground shook violently, and a huge pit with a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles appeared. Everything was turned into ashes, and the surrounding tens of millions of miles were covered with cracks. Fortunately, all living beings within 100 million miles of the heaven-suppressing scale had been evacuated. Otherwise, countless living beings would have died. Lu Ming. In the distance, Xianxia's face turned pale with fear. His eyes were filled with worry. Boom. However, in the next moment, a purple gold light burst out of the huge pit. It was Lu Ming. At this moment, Lu Ming felt as if his entire body was about to split apart. Waves of excruciating pain radiated from his body. Even though he had circulated the indestructible ancient scroll, it was of no use. His recovery was very slow. What terrifying strength! Lu Ming was shocked. This Su Tu was definitely a terrifying existence. His strength was far above second-level Void G. D realm. The ancestral dragon said that the small Kiliacosm would be in great danger if anyone above the fourth level of the Void G. D realm entered. Hence, this person was most likely at the third level of the Void G. D realm. Not bad, not bad. You can still struggle after taking one of my moves. Your talent is not bad even in the primeval universe. Unfortunately, your fate is already decided. Su Tu's eyes became even colder, and there was even a trace of jealousy. Boom. An extremely terrifying aura burst out from Su Tu's body. Boom, boom, boom. In the sky, the fled roar was heard. An extremely terrifying scene appeared. With Su Tu as the center, the void kept exploding, and ferocious spatial cracks appeared. It was as if the entire world was going to collapse. This see in this small world is really weak. However, it's just enough for me to use. Su Tu's expression turned ferocious. He suddenly rushed toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming's pupils contracted sharply. He was highly focused and his energy, qi, and spirit were adjusted to their peak. Buzz! Lu Ming's figure retreated rapidly. You can't retreat. Su Tu's cold voice was heard. His speed was even faster and more shocking. He approached Lu Ming at an extreme speed and threw a punch. Boom, boom, boom. The void within a radius of millions of miles exploded instantly, forming a terrifying spatial storm that engulfed Lu Ming, terrifying. Su Tu's power was too terrifying. Every move he made had the power to destroy the world. If he were to use all his strength to bombard the ground, he would definitely blow up the entire Taiqing heavenly region. No wonder the ancestral dragon said that if an existence that was too strong entered the small Kiliacosm, it would collapse. The stability of a small Kiliacosm couldn't be compared to the primal universe. Faced with Su Tu's attack, Lu Ming could not avoid it. Break, break, break. Lu Ming roared and slashed his combat sword continuously. However, Su Tu's strength was too strong. Lu Ming felt the combat sword shake violently. His body was sent flying again and he crashed into the ground, causing the ground to crack continuously. Lu Ming spat out a mouthful of blood. He was severely injured. He immediately took out a life fruit and swallowed it. After swallowing the life fruit, his injuries healed rapidly. I even have this kind of delay medicine. However, it's useless. Su Tu stepped forward and punched out with both fists. Brute, brute, brute. Waves of terrifying fist force crushed out. Lu Ming could not resist at all. He was T continuously and crashed to the ground. This time, Lu Ming's body almost exploded. His entire body was covered in cracks and he no longer looked human. Even with the life fruit, it was difficult for him to recover. 23. Chapter 2565 Mobilizing World Power, Lu Ming. In the distance, Xianxia's eyes turned red as she witnessed this scene. She gritted her teeth and her eyes revealed a look of determination. Her body was covered in a black light. Her hands quickly formed a strange seal, and the aura of her body rose rapidly. Su Tu, the bald man, and the others looked at Xianxia in shock. Interesting. This small Kiliacosm is really interesting. Su Tu muttered, his eyes burning with excitement. At this moment, the SPC beside Xianxia flashed and Xianxia appeared. Xianxia, what are you doing? You're crazy. If you do this, your foundation will be completely destroyed, and you'll only become a cripple in the future. Xianxia scolded. I'm not crazy. I must save Lu Ming. I can't watch him die. Xianxia's eyes were firm. Even if you cast that secret skill with all your might, you're no match for them. Also, are you not going to do that thing for Lu Ming? Xianxia scolded. That's the Tang family's business. I'm not a member of the Tang family. My surname's Xia. My name is Xianxia. Xianxia said. Xianxia was speechless. Indeed, Xianxia's memories of this life had devoured the memories of her previous life. Strictly speaking, she was no longer a member of the Tang family. Xianxia's aura was getting stronger and stronger, as if he was about to reach the martial G.O.D. realm. This is Dandan, Venerable Sovereign Rebellion, the Tan Bull, and the others all looked, could it be that I'm going to die in battle here today? Xianxia in shock. On the ground, Lu Ming lay in a deep pit that was tens of thousands of miles deep. Many thoughts ran through his mind. Su Tu was too strong. He was not someone he could fight against at all. He had already done his best. The battle symbol art had doubled his combat strength. His combat strength had reached its peak and could suppress a second-level Void G.O.D. realm existence. However, he was still not Su Tu's match. It was completely one-sided. What to do? Lu Ming was indignant. He did not want to give up just like that. If he gave up, the heaven-suppressing sigil would be opened and the powerhouses from the Yuan Luo Palace would enter. The heaven realm's living beings would most likely be doomed. His parents, Xianxia, his son, granddaughter, and friends would all be in danger. He had to protect them. Master the world. If I can master the power of this world, I can deal with Su Tu. That's right. The heavenly Tao is suppressing me because it's afraid that it'll dominate it. Now, I've already broken through. In an instant, many thoughts flashed through Lu Ming's mind. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Since the heavenly Tao was afraid of him breaking through, now that he had broken through, could he dominate the power of this world? Instantly, Lu Ming's spiritual consciousness spread out limitlessly. Ruler, give me the ruler. I am the ruler of this world. Lu Ming roared in his heart, his body emitting a bright purple-gold light. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, the entire world was shaking. Endless energy suddenly surged toward Lu Ming. At this moment, Lu Ming seemed to feel that the entire heaven realm, even the primordial realm and the evil G.O.D. realm were all under his control. He could use the energy of the entire world. Su Tu's pupils contracted sharply, and his eyes were filled with shock. And a kill, that? Su Tu roared. He used all his strength and swung his fists continuously, unleashing terrifying attacks. Terrifying fist forces were blasted toward Lu Ming. However, a wave energy formed around Lu Ming's body and blocked Su Tu's punches. How could this be? Quick, let's attack together and interrupt him. Su Tu could no longer keep his calm and shouted, "Attack!" The bald burly man and the other two attacked at the same time. All kinds of attacks were constantly bombarding Lu Ming. However, they were blocked by the energy around Lu Ming's body. At this moment, Xianxia, Xianxia, and the others were also shocked. Xianxia was about to cast a secret skill to fight alongside Lu Ming at all costs. At that moment, the secret skill stopped and her aura fell again. Is this the power of the entire world? It's too terrifying. At this moment, Lu Ming was in a wonderful state. He seemed to be able to mobilize the energy of the entire world. Then kill. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with cold killing intent. He swung the combat sword in his hand. This sword had mobilized the power of the entire world. Bang! A sword light slashed out, and the attacks of Su Tu and the other three were directly shattered. The sword light did not stop and continued to slash toward the four of them. Not good. Su Tu and the other three's expressions changed drastically as they retreated frantically. However, the sword light was faster. Blood splattered everywhere. The bald man, the human-shaped bat, and the giant python suddenly stopped. Their eyes were filled with disbelief and horror. Then, their bodies exploded and turned into ashes. Su Tu was the only one who was forced to retreat. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and a long sword mark appeared on his chest, almost cutting him in half. Mobilizing the power of the entire small kiliocosm in it. This is equivalent to the power of a fourth-level Void G.O.D. realm. Su Tu roared in fear. His figure retreated rapidly, tearing sea apart as he tried to escape. If you want to leave, I am the master of this world. Lu Ming's cold voice was heard. A huge hand suddenly appeared behind Su Tu. It was extremely huge and pressed down on Su Tu. Bang! Su Tu was sent flying like an eagle and crashed heavily into the ground, causing the surrounding land to explode. Su Tu spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body almost exploded. The scene had completely reversed. Then it. Su Tu roared in his heart. He glanced at Xianxia and the others in the distance. His eyes flashed with ferocity. He rushed out and was about to charge. Xianxia and the others. I wanted to take them down and threaten Lu Ming. However, the entire world was under Lu Ming's control. How could he let him have his way? As soon as Su Tu moved, a spear light appeared in front of him. It pierced through Su Tu's body and nailed him to the ground. Su Tu struggled with all his might. However, Lu Ming gathered the power of heaven and earth and suppressed his body, making it difficult for him to move. Ah, you're looking for death. Do you think you can live after killing me? When the true experts of the Yuanluo Palace make their move, your small world will be annihilated. Su Tu roared. Glowing. Lu Ming flew above Su Tu and slashed his combat sword down. Su Tu was killed on the spot. Up until now, Lu Ming had killed a number of Ds in front of the heaven-suppressing seal. Including the first one, there were a total of 6 Ds. Sila. At this moment, these nearby cracked open and the ancestral dragon appeared. At this moment, the ancestral dragon was covered in blood and had many injuries, but fortunately he was fine. After an intense battle, the ancestral dragon had also successfully killed his opponent. The ancestral dragon's strength was originally similar to the other party's, but the other party was attacked by the heaven-suppressing seal after coming in. He was more or less injured and his strength was weakened. In the end, he was killed by the ancestral dragon. 23. Chapter 2566, Taking the Initiative, Senior Ancestral Dragon. Please wait a moment. I'll look around and see if there are any experts from the Yuanluo Palace, Lu Ming said to the ancestral dragon and closed his eyes. At this moment, Lu Ming dominated this world. Therefore, he could sense it anywhere in the heaven realm, and the evil D realm. He could even sense it in the dark void. There's indeed one more person. In a dark see, Lu Ming sensed a powerful existence. It should be at second level void D level and was sitting cross-legged in the void to recuperate. Suddenly, this person opened his eyes, revealed a trace of shock, and turned to run. Can you run away? Lu Ming sneered. He gathered the energy of the entire world, formed a combat sword, and slashed down. The man let out a blood-curdling screech as he was killed. A second-level void D realm existence could not even withstand one move from Lu Ming. Lu Ming's current state was too powerful. He could dominate the entire world and mobilize the energy of the entire world. He was comparable to a fourth-level virtual D level powerhouse. Killing a second-level virtual D level powerhouse would be a piece of cake. Following that, Lu Ming continued to look around. However, he did not find any traces of other experts. All the experts from the Yuanluo Palace who had entered this place had been killed. At this moment, the aura on Lu Ming's body finally calmed down and returned to normal. His injuries had also completely recovered. La Ming, did you just mobilize the energy of the entire heaven and earth? Zhu Long looked at Lu Ming in shock. Lu Ming nodded. He then waved his hand and kept the storage rings left behind by the experts he had killed. Lu Ming, are you all right? At this moment, Xianxia flew over with a face full of concern. Then, Dandan and the others also flew over. I'm fine, don't worry. Lu Ming smiled. After everyone chatted for a while, the tan longhorn beetle and the others also left. Not long after, the news of Lu Ming killing the Ds in succession spread. After countless people found out, they were shocked beyond words. Lu Ming had killed many DS by himself. That was AG. Oh, D. It was like a legend. Lu Ming's prestige in the hearts of everyone in the heaven realm had reached the peak, even Serpa. Sing the ancestor dragon by a large margin. In their opinion, Lu Ming was simply AG. Oh, D among G. Yes. However, Lu Ming and Zhu Long's faces were grave. In the area of the heaven-suppressing seal, the ancestral dragon and La Ming were discussing something. This can't go on. If the Yuan Luo Palace knows that they have failed, they will definitely send out stronger existences. Zhu Long frowned. Senior, what should we do now? Lu Ming asked. A small kiliocosm is a huge fortune to the Yuan Luo Palace. Under normal circumstances, they would not be willing to destroy it, but there is no guarantee that they would not do so in a fit of anger. If they send out existences above the 4th level of the void G.O.D. realm, they can completely destroy the heaven realm, the Yuan realm, and the evil G.O.D. realm. Zhu Long frowned and thought. After a while, he said, "There's only one way to survive." "Senior, please speak." Lu Ming said. "That is to take the initiative to attack." Now, the people from the Yuan Luo Palace don't know that the people they sent in have been completely annihilated. They must be waiting for good news. Therefore, the forces outside the heaven-suppressing scowl shouldn't be too strong. Now, if we take the initiative to attack, tear the heaven-suppressing scowl, and rush out, we might have a chance of success. Zulong said. "Charge out." Lu Ming muttered. He pondered for a moment and said, "All right, then we'll move out." Lu Ming was a decisive person. If he continued to stay here, he could only sit and wait for his death. He would not stand a chance. However, if he rushed out, there was still a chance of survival. However, there's an important problem when you rush out. It's the problem of your small world. Zulong said. The problem of the small world? Lu Ming was puzzled. If they were to charge out, they would definitely take most of the living beings into the small world and bring them out. The primeval universe is a truly ancient and perfect world. It's a real greater world. Such a world and a small world created through cultivation can't coexist with it. Therefore, once you enter the primeval universe, within a year, the small world will separate from your body and merge with the primeval universe, becoming a part of it. Zulong said. What? A small world can actually merge with the primeval universe? Lu Ming's expression changed. Wouldn't his cultivation level drop drastically? However, you don't have to worry about one thing. The primeval universe is fair. When your small world fuses with it, it will also give you an equal amount of energy. Therefore, your cultivation state will not decline. However, all the living beings you bring out will be exposed. Our traces will be exposed as well. So, once we leave, we must find a safe place to settle everyone within a year. Zulong said. So that's how it is. Only a year? Lu Ming muttered. In other words, after they leave, they must be out of danger within a year. Otherwise, it might be even more dangerous. Lu Ming, you can decide on this matter. Zulong said. Let's do this. Lu Ming spoke with a determined look in his eyes. Rather than waiting for death, it was better to fight to the death. Zhu Long's eyes were filled with admiration. There weren't many people who could be so decisive. All right, since we've decided to charge out, we'll have T do it as soon as possible. Otherwise, the other party will react and gather more experts. Zulong said. Then, the two of them discussed and decided to split up. They were going to gather most of the living beings in the heaven realm. Fortunately, many of the heaven realm's humans cultivated the nomological system and had opened up small worlds that could accommodate a large number of living beings. Lu Ming first returned to the Dragon Sovereign Peak and told everyone about his plan. Everyone agreed to it. Then they dispersed and spread the news. The entire heavenly realm began to move. Most of them were willing to risk their lives after hearing this plan, because staying here would only lead to death. Some of the people in the pocket. Dimension kept the people and divine beasts around them into their pocket. Dimension and rushed to the heaven-suppressing seal. In just 10 days, almost all the places in the heaven realm were emptied. Many ordinary people were also taken into the small worlds. Then, everyone gathered the heaven-suppressing seal. Then, Lu Ming kept everyone into his small world. In this way, most of the living creatures in the entire heaven realm were kept into the small world by Lu Ming. The heaven realm suddenly became empty. Only Lu Ming and Zhu Long were left under the heaven-suppressing sigil. Lu Ming, let's start. Zulong said. All right. Lu Ming nodded. The two of them began to work on tearing the heaven-suppressing sigil. If they attacked from within the heaven realm, they could easily tear down the heaven-suppressing sigil, especially since Lu Ming could dominate the power of this world. Sila. Not long after, the heaven-suppressing seal was finally torn apart by the two of them, revealing a pitch-black Lunnel. 23. Chapter 2567 Rushing into the Desolate Universe, Lu Ming, I'm counting on you. The ancestral dragon turned into a ray of light and flew into Lu Ming's small world, disappearing. Now, Lu Ming's cultivation was stronger than Zhu Long's. With fewer people, it was more convenient to move around. Primal universe, here I come. Lu Ming muttered and turned to look at the land of the heaven realm. After they left, the Yuan Luo Palace would definitely not destroy the heaven realm, the primordial realm, and the evil G. O. D realm. They would definitely let living beings in and turn them into farms. One day I will take back this place, Lu Ming muttered. He then stepped into the palace, sage, and disappeared. The primeval universe was vast and boundless. It was a greater world, also known as the divine realm. This was the final path for all the experts in the small kiliacosm. After all the living beings in the small kiliacosm cultivated to the demi-G. O. D realm, they would leave the small kiliacosm and come to the primal universe. There were countless experts in G. O. DS gathered here. There were countless stars in the primeval universe, and there were also countless life planks suitable for living beings to live on. They were divided into countless forces of various sizes. The chaotic astral river was a well-known chaotic place in the primal universe. It was a place where countless races and countless extremely evil people gathered. In this boundless galaxy, there were many life planets and forces of different sizes. The Yuan Luo Palace was one of them. It occupied more than a dozen vital planks and had countless experts. Kong Long was the young master of the Yuan Luo Palace. He was very talented and had reached the demi-G. O. D realm at a young age. Isle was highly regarded by the palace master of the Yuan Luo Palace and was given a life planet as his territory. This life planet was the dark underworld star. The underworld star was extremely huge. Half of it was a continent, while the other half was an Akan. Its territory was not something that the heaven realm, primordial realm, and evil G. O. D realm could compare to. Even if the heaven realm, primordial realm, and evil G. O. D realm were all added together, their area would not even be 1/10,000th of the size of the planet. In the heaven realm, primordial realm, and evil G. O. D realm, they were small kiliacosm attached to the shadowed star, and their palace, sages were connected to the planet. It was a vast mountain. On one of the peaks, Kong Long sat on a chair. Two young women were saging his shoulders. Is there still no news of that small world? Kong Long asked. He had a bald head with some black runes on it. He was very similar to one of the burly men who had entered the heaven realm before. They were from the same race. Young master, there's still no news. An old man bowed and reported. You're really useless. You've been in there for more than 10 days and there's still no news. Even a small kiliacosm took such a long time. I've really raised you for nothing. Kong Duo's face darkened. On the side, other than the old man, there were two other burly men. However, at this moment, they were all silent, not daring to make a sound. Give them 1 more month. If there's still no news after 1 month, you guys can attack and destroy that small kiliacosm. It's just a small kiliacosm, I don't want it anymore. Kong Long said through gritted teeth. Yes, yes. On the side, the others nodded. Suddenly, a voice came from afar. Young master, there's movement in the small world. A skinny young man, who was not much older than Kong Long, flew over and said. There's movement. Su Tu and the others have probably settled it. Let's go and take a look. Kong Long took the lead and flew forward. The others followed. There was a valley in front of them. In the valley, there was a huge black vortex that was constantly spinning. When Kong Long and the rest arrived, they heard rumbling sounds coming from the black vortex. Not long after, the sound disappeared. They're here. Kong Long and the others' eyes flickered as they saw a figure appear from the vortex. Then, the figure slowly became clear. Kong Long and the others were stunned. This was because they didn't recognize the figure. He wasn't one of the people they had sent out. Instead, he was a young man in his 20s. He was handsome and had a straight posture. This young man was naturally Lu Ming, who had come from the heaven realm. Stop him! Kong Long saw that it was not one of his men and waved his hand. At once, the 5 or 6 burly men who were guarding the place moved and surrounded Lu Ming, exuding a shocking aura. Ethereal G. D realm. They're all ethereal G. D realm. And they're all at level 2 or 3 of ethereal G. D realm. Lu Ming's pupils suddenly constricted. This troublesome. These people's cultivation levels were too high. Among the 6 burly men surrounding Lu Ming, he could sense that at least 2 of them were not weaker than Su Tu and were 3rd level Void G. D realm powerhouses. The other 4 were also at the 2nd level of the Void G. D realm. As for the young man not far away, Lu Ming could tell at a glance that he was a demi-G. D. However, the 2 burly men and the old man behind the young man were unfathomable. It was impossible to estimate their exact cultivation. Lu Ming's heart sank. Such power was not something he could contend with. In the heaven realm, Lu Ming could rule the heaven realm's primordial realm and the evil G. D realm. He could directly mobilize the energy of the heaven realm's primordial realm and the evil G. D realm. Therefore, he could casually kill 3rd level Void G. D realm existences. However, after leaving the heaven realm and coming to the primeval universe, Lu Ming naturally could not mobilize the energy of the heaven realm, the primordial realm, and the evil G. D realm. Even if Lu Ming's combat strength was doubled, he would not be a match for a 3rd level Void G. D level. Not to mention, there were even stronger existences. However, Lu Ming would not sit still and wait for death. He instinctively released his aura and was on guard. Only at the transformation void martial stage? At the sight of Lu Ming's aura, not only was Kong Long stunned, but the others were as well. Then, one by one, they relaxed and revealed relaxed expressions. Al was only at the transformation void martial stage. Any one of them could suppress him with a flip of their hand. What was there to be nervous about? Initially, they had thought that Lu Ming was a great expert. Everyone's expressions fell into Lu Ming's size. He had an idea. A transformation void martial stage. Kid, did you secretly run out? Kong Long asked coldly. He thought that Lu Ming must have sneaked out when Su Tu and the rest were not prepared. That's right. What do you want? Lu Ming pretended that his expression had changed drastically. He retreated continuously, looking nervous. He really sneaked out. Kong Long sneered. Let me ask you, how are the people who entered your world? What are you doing? Those detestable guys are massacring, they're killing innocents. They're simply inhumane. Lu Ming pretended to be furious. He was extremely furious. Kong Long and the rest laughed. Forget it, let them play. Kid, kneel down and surrender. I have something to ask you. Kong Long waved his hand. You want me to surrender? Dream on. I am the #1 heaven's pride in the heaven realm. I can see that you are not old. I challenge you now. Do you dare to accept my challenge? Lu Ming shouted. How dare you? What qualifications do you have to challenge the young master? You're just an ant. I'll kill you with one palm. 1F, the burly men said ferociously. Hold on. Kong Long waved his hand and stopped the burly man. 23. Chapter 2568, Pretending to be weak. Kong Long waved his hand and stopped the burly man. Al looked at Lu Ming with interest and said, You're the #1 heaven's favorite in your world? That's right. You don't look too old. Do you dare to accept my challenge? Lu Ming said loudly. How long have you been cultivating? If you cultivate for too long, you won't be qualified to be my opponent. Kong Long said arrogantly. I've been cultivating for over 8,000 years. Lu Ming said, deliberately with arrogance. I had heard from the ancestral dragon that anyone who had cultivated for less than 10,000 years in the primeval universe would be considered a talent of the younger generation. Therefore, he said 8,000 years on purpose. You've cultivated for 8,000 years to reach this level of cultivation. Not bad. All right, I'll play a few moves with you. Kong Long said arrogantly as he stepped forward. He was very curious about the abilities of a prodigy from a small kiliacosm. He was a prodigy himself and naturally wanted to test Lu Ming's skills. Young master, don't take the risk. One of the burly men said worriedly. What did you just say? Risk? Are you looking down on me, thinking that I will lose to a native from a small kiliacosm? Kong Long stopped in his tracks. His eyes were cold as he looked at the burly man. His face was dark. The burly man's expression changed and his back was covered in cold sweat. He knelt down in fear and said, young master, I didn't mean it that way. I didn't mean it that way. Please spare my life, young master. Kong Long was the son of the hall master of the Origin Luo Palace. He was very talented and doted on. Otherwise, the entire planet of the underworld wouldn't be his territory. Moreover, Kong Long was cruel and merciless. Anyone who made him unhappy would die. It would be strange if he wasn't scared to death. I've been cultivating for more than 500 years and I've already reached the demi-G. D realm. My combat strength can kill a first-level ethereal G. Oh, D realm expert. Do you really think that an aboriginal from a small world can harm me? Kong Long spoke again, his voice even colder. No, how can this be? Young master's divine power is unparalleled, and he's a peerless heaven's favorite. How can this native be young master's opponent? Yes. I bet that this native can't withstand 3 moves from young master. No, 1 move will be enough. The others all spoke up and started to flatter him. Only then did Kong Long's face look a little better. You guys step back a little, don't get in the way. Kong Long waved his hand. The others could only retreat. From their point of view, Lu Ming was only at the transformation void martial stage. Moreover, an aboriginal from a small kiliacosm posed no threat to Kong Long at all. They were not worried about this. Lu Ming secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He had achieved his goal. As long as these people looked down on him, he would challenge Kong Long and take him as a hostage. Only then would he have a chance of survival. He put on an act and Kong Long fell for it. At the same time, he was secretly shocked. Kong Long had only cultivated for about 500 years, and he had already reached the demi-G. D realm. In the heaven realm, the primordial realm, and the evil G. Oh, D realm, this was an unbelievable thing. He had cultivated for less than 500 years, but he was different. He couldn't be explained by common sense. In terms of true cultivation, he wasn't even a demi-G. D. In addition, people like Xianxia, Xianxia, and Dandan couldn't be judged with common sense. On the other hand, Kong Long was able to cultivate to the demi-G. Oh, D realm in 500 years. This kind of talent was extremely shocking. Moreover, he said that his combat strength could rival a first-level void G. Oh, D realm existence. The primeval universe was indeed not something that the heaven realm, the primordial realm, or the evil G. Oh, D realm could compare to. The moment Lu Ming came out, he met a powerful heaven's favorite. Kid, let's do it. Let me see what you can do, a native from a small kiliacosm. Kong Long stepped forward, not far from Lu Ming, his face full of pride. Lu Ming made his move. However, he did not use the path of domination. Instead, he simply relied on his physical strength and threw a punch. What a stable see. Lu Ming could feel the difference when he threw a punch. The power of his physical body was equivalent to that of a peak heavenly emperor. If he were in the heaven realm, primordial realm, or evil G, oh, D realm, sea would collapse into pix with one punch. But now, he found that the SPT was extremely stable, and not even a ripple was produced. Small tricks. Kong Long smiled disdainfully and threw a punch as well. Eli's fist was covered with a thin layer of divine power. Boom. Their fists collided heavily. Lu Ming's body shook violently and he was sent flying backward, spurting out a mouthful of blood. How can he be the #1 heaven's favorite in a small kiliacosm with such strength? Small world, you're really a native, country being. Kin, I'll cripple you now and take you back to refined medicine. Kong Long's contempt grew. He waved his hand and attacked Lu Ming continuously. When the rest of the people saw that Lu Ming had been beaten to the point of vomiting blood by Kong Long in one move, they immediately relaxed. In their opinion, Lu Ming was indeed an ordinary transformation void martial artist. He was no match for Kong Long. Lu Ming tried his best to resist and pretended to be defeated. In fact, he was secretly activating the battle formula. Kong Long's cultivation was at the demi-G. Oh, D realm and his combat power was indeed very strong. He far surpa. This, said the demi-G. Oh, yes that. Lu Ming had encountered. In the heaven realm, the primordial realm, and the evil G. Oh, D realm, no other demi-G. Oh, D could compare to him. It was not a lie for him to say that he could fight with a first-level virtual G. D. Therefore, Lu Ming wanted to trigger the doubling of combat strength. This way, he could subdue Kong Long in one fell swoop before the others could react. Ah, brat, kneel down and beg for mercy. Perhaps I can show you mercy and spare your life. Kong Long laughed arrogantly as his attacks became more and more violent. At this moment, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. The double combat power of the battle formula had been triggered. Is that so? The corners of Lu Ming's lips curled into a strange smile. Boom. Lu Ming retaliated. He stretched out his hand and the way of the Dominator burst forth, crushing Kong Long's attack. He grabbed Kong Long's wrist and shook hard. Kacha! Kong Long's body trembled like a sieve, his bones breaking inch by inch. At the same time, Lu Ming grabbed Kong Long's neck. Kong Long was like a pool of mud, unable to move at all. All of this happened in the time it took for a spark to fly off a piece of flint. By the time the others realized it, it was already too late. What's going on? Kid, what are you doing? Let go of the young master. You're looking for death. The others roared in anger and exploded with a shocking aura. Lu Ming's pupils constricted. The two burly men and the elder behind Kong Long were definitely at least 4th tier void G. Oh, D realm. They were extremely terrifying. Take one step forward and hell die. Lu Ming said coldly. The path of domination had enveloped Kong Long. With a single thought, Kong Long would die. Those people stopped in their tracks, not daring to move forward. Kid, lowly barbarian, let me go now. Kong Long roared. He naturally understood now that Lu Ming had been pretending. He had pretended to be weak so that he could take advantage of the situation to trap him. Chapter 2569 Escape? Let you go? You're really naive. If I let you go now, wouldn't I be courting death? Lu Ming sneered, his eyes filled with killing intent. He swept his gaze over the people around him and said, "Move, let me leave or I'll kill him." You dare? Kid, do you know who he is? He's the young master of the Yuanluo Palace, the son of the palace master. If you dare to touch him, you'll end up in a miserable state. Do you understand? The elder roared, his eyes filled with cold, killing intent. If not for his apprehension towards Kong Long, he would have killed Lu Ming with a single blow. The son of the palace master of the Yuanluo Palace? That's even better. If I kill him, all of you will be buried with him. Come on, we'll die together. Lu Ming said coldly. You, the old man and the two men were so angry that they almost vomited blood, but they didn't dare to act. Rashly, Lu Ming was right. Kong Long was the favorite of the ball master of the Yuanluo Hall. The hall master was known for his ruthlessness. If Kong Long died, they would be buried with him. Kid, you're finished. I'm telling you, there's no way for you to escape. I'm going to kill you and all the people in your small world. I won't let anyone go. They'll all die. Kong Long roared madly. The thought of being captured by a native from a small kiliacosm made him go crazy. If this were to spread, wouldn't he become laughingstock? Blowing, Lu Ming said coldly. Then, he swung his palm like a knife and one of Kong Long's arms flew out. Ah! Kong Long screamed in pain. At his level, he could quickly recover even if his body was torn apart. However, the pain was real. How audacious! You're looking for death. The others also roared in anger. You're talking nonsense. Next time, I'll directly destroy his divine flame. Now, all of you, get out of my way and let me leave. I'll naturally let him go. Lu Ming said coldly. Let go of the young master and we'll let you leave. The old man said, Do you think I'm stupid? I'll let him go and you'll kill me immediately. Let me leave first. Otherwise, I'll have to cripple him first. Lu Ming said. His dominator's power transformed into a sharp sword and pierced into Kong Long's dantian, trying to destroy his divine fire. Get out of the way, you idiots, get out of the way. Let him go, let him go. Kong Long shouted hysterically. He was afraid. He was truly afraid. Once the divine flame was destroyed, his cultivation would be crippled. So what if he let Lu Ming go? In his heart, even if there were 10,000 or 100 million Lu Mings, they were not as important as a single hair on his head. He swore that once he escaped, he would send experts to capture Lu Ming and grind his bones to dust. The people at the side had ugly expressions, but now, they could only move aside. The old man and the others retreated to the sides. Buzz. Lu Ming carried Kong Long and dashed past them, leaving the encirclement. Let go of the young master now. The old man roared. When I'm safe, I'll naturally let him go. Also, you'd better not chase after me, or I'll immediately cripple him. Lu Ming said coldly. The old man and the rest were extremely furious. They wanted to cut Lu Ming into 8 pieces, but they did not dare to pursue him. They could only watch helplessly. Lu Ming flew at full speed and disappeared from their sight in the blink of an eye. Quick, report this to the higher-ups and send experts at the 7th level of the Void D realm and above. We must kill that brat and save young master. Hurry up. The old man and the others immediately took action and left the place. Their cultivations were still insufficient. If there were powerhouses at 7th level Void D realm and above, even if Lu Ming took down Kong Long, those people would be able to kill Lu Ming quickly and save Kong Long before he could react. The elder and the rest left the place one after another while Lu Ming carried Kong Long and flew at top speed. The SPC of this primeval universe is too stable, and the gravity is shockingly strong. As Lu Ming flew, he wanted to tear open the SPC and travel through it. However, he realized that he could not do it. In the heaven realm, with his cultivation, he could travel from one world to another in an instant with a single step. But now, he realized that even if he used his full strength, he couldn't tear open SPC. Not to mention tearing SPCE. He couldn't even create a ripple. Moreover, the gravity here was extremely shocking. Lu Ming's flying speed was a few hundred times slower than when he was in the heaven realm. What a dense divine qi! Then, Lu Ming took a deep breath and felt that the divine qi in the world was surging toward him like a tide. Yes, it was divine qi, not original qi. This sea here was filled with divine qi, which was exactly the same as the one in Netherworld Mountain. However, the divine qi in Netherworld Mountain could not be compared to this place at all. It was much thinner than here. Although Netherworld Mountain was also sealed there from the primeval universe, it was normal for its divine qi to be thin after such a long time. The cultivation environment here is too good. If I cultivate here, my cultivation speed will be at least 10 times faster than in the heaven realm. In some good places, it might even be faster. Lu Ming pondered. No wonder Kong Long had attained the cultivation of a demi-G. D in less than 500 years of cultivation. The cultivation conditions here were completely incomparable to those in the heaven realm. The great kiliacosm in the primeval universe was also known as the divine realm. The end point of all the small kiliacosm was not just a saying. "Brat, you're here, let me go." Kong Long shouted again. "Shut up and let you go." As far as I know, the entire underworld star is the territory of the Yuan Luo Palace. When I'm safe, I'll naturally let you go," Lu Ming said coldly. Kong Long was furious, but he could only hold it in under the circumstances. Lu Ming kept flying, looking for an isolated place to fly. After half a day, he had no idea how far he had flown. Al flew to a barren mountain and there was no one around. Lu Ming stuffed Kong Long into the mountain and river diagram and continued flying forward. In the blink of an eye, another day had passed. Lu Ming flew into a desolate mountain range. All of a sudden, an explosive roar came from below. The roar shook the sky and the mountains trembled. Then Y mouth rushed out from below and bit at Lu Ming. Lu Ming was shocked. He burst out with all his strength and used the way of the master to stomp down. The ruler's power condensed into a huge purple gold foot, which stepped on the mouth. With a loud bang, the purple gold foot collapsed, and Lu Ming was sent flying by a powerful force. What shocking power! It's equivalent to a second-level ethereal D realm expert. What's that? Lu Ming was secretly shocked. He used this force to fly at high speed. Bang, bang. The earth rumbled as Lu Ming saw a huge creature as large as a mountain. It trod on the ground and chased Alter Lu Ming. $2. Chapter 2570. Difficult to leave. It was a creature that Lu Ming had never seen before. Its body was covered in scales and its hind legs were thick and strong. However, its front legs were very short and small, which were curled up in front of its body. His head was somewhat like a lizard's. His mouth was incomparably huge and was filled with terrifying fangs. His hind legs were running wildly at an astonishing speed. To Lu Ming's surprise, I was emitting a terrifying dragon's might. Lu Ming did not get entangled with the other party. He flew full speed. Right now, he hadn't activated the double combat strength, so he wasn't a match for a second-level Void D realm existence. After flying for a while, the creature stopped when it saw that could not catch up with Lu Ming. It did not continue to pursue him. Lu Ming heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he did not dare to be careless. He retracted his aura and slowed down. Who knew if there were other powerful existences in this barbaric mountain range? As expected, after flying for a short while, Lu Ming saw another huge creature. It was similar to the one before, but its aura was more terrifying. It had reached the third level of the Void D realm. Fortunately, Lu Ming had discovered it early on and avoided it from far away. He'll ask Senior Ancestral Dragon. With a thought from Lu Ming, shadow flashed and the Ancestral Dragon appeared. The Ancestral Dragon had been waiting vigilantly. The moment he appeared, he immediately scanned the surroundings. When he saw that La Ming was alone, he heaved a sigh of relief. La Ming, what happened? Did you manage to escape? Zhu Long was shocked. This time, he was really going all out and the chances of success were not high. He had even prepared himself for the outcome of Lu Ming failing and all of them being captured. At that moment, he saw that Lu Ming was alone in the wild mountains. Naturally, he was extremely surprised. Senior, I was lucky enough to take the first step. Lu Ming immediately recounted the situation. The son of the Yuan Luo Palace Master? Zhu Long's eyes moved. Seems like he is the son of the Yuan Luo Palace Master. He had been in the Heaven Realm for countless years, while Kong Long had only cultivated for about 500 years. Zhu Long naturally did not know about Kong Long. Lu Ming, you must keep this Kong Long in your hands. We are still on the Umber Star. The Origin Luo Palace will definitely send a large number of experts to hunt you down. He might be useful at a critical moment. Zulong said, Senior, then how do we leave the Dark Underworld Star? Lu Ming asked. The Dark Underworld Star is extremely huge. It's much bigger than the Heaven Realm, the Primordial Realm, and the Evil D realm combined. If we want to leave the dark underworld star and head to other vital planets, we must take the S.P.C.E. teleportation array. Zulong said. Then we can use Kong Long to threaten him, then take the teleportation formation and leave this place. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. You can't. Zhu Long shook his head and sighed. The starry sky teleportation formation must be guarded by a terrifying existence. If you encounter an existence above the 7th level of the Void G.O.D. realm, I'm afraid that even Kong Long's threat will be useless. That kind of existence is simply too powerful. I reckon they can kill you before you can even react. They can even annihilate your soul before you can kill Kong Long. So strong. Lu Ming also frowned. In the ethereal G.O.D. realm, each realm is stronger than the previous. The difference is too big. If you encounter a true G.D., I'm afraid he can kill you with just one thought. Zulong said. It seems that my strength is at the bottom level in this primal universe. Lu Ming felt a little helpless. In the heaven realm, the primordial realm, and the evil G.O.D. realm, his strength was already at the peak. However, as soon as he came to the primeval universe, he found that he was too weak. Any expert or a giant beast he encountered in the wild was stronger than him. Al still had a long way to go on his path of cultivation. Before the martial G.O.D. realm, it was only the first step of cultivation. Becoming a martial G.O.D. was the second step of cultivation. The virtual G.O.D. realm was only the starting point of the second step. There were still true G.O.D.s, heavenly G.O.D.s, and divine kings, each stronger than the last. He really didn't know how terrifying an existence that had reached the G.O.King realm would be. He probably could destroy a small world like the heaven realm, the primordial realm, and the evil G.O.D. realm with a casual breath. Senior, can we directly cross the starry sky and head to other planets? Lu Ming gathered his thoughts and asked again. Crossing the starry sky? Zhu Long shook his head and said with a bitter smile, the starry sky is full of dangers. An ordinary virtual G.O.D. will probably explode and die once they enter the starry sky. True G.O.D. realm existences can stay in the starry sky for a short time, but they can't cross the starry sky. To cross the starry sky and enter another life planet from one life planet, one must at least be a heavenly G.O.D. Heavenly G.O.D. realm. Lu Ming was speechless and gave up on this plan. However, one doesn't have to rely on one's own cultivation to cross the starry sky. In the primeval universe, there's a kind of warship that can cross the starry sky. However, it's so precious that ordinary people can't have it. Zulong said. Then what should we do? Lu Ming's brows furrowed deeply. You can't go to the teleportation formation. If he couldn't cross the starry sky, how was he going to leave this place? He didn't have much time left. He only had 1 year. If he couldn't leave after 1 year, the small world in his body would merge with the primeval universe. Not only him, but all the people who cultivated the nomological laws and cultivated small worlds in the heaven realm would do the same. At that time, the fluctuations would be huge. If he stayed on planet Dark Underworld, he would probably be sensed by the Origin Luo Palace. It was too dangerous to stay on the shadowed star. He had to leave the planet within a year. In the distance, a huge creature roared and strolled through the mountains, causing the mountains to tremble. Desolate beast! The ancestral dragon looked at the huge creature and muttered, Desolate beast? Lu Ming was puzzled. Could it be that I was not a divine beast? In the primal universe, there are 2 types of beasts. One is the G.O.D. beast, and the other is the desolate beast. G.O.D. beasts are very intelligent. Just like humans, they created all kinds of cultivation techniques. All kinds of races gathered and spread throughout the primal universe, forming powerful forces. As for desolate beasts, their intelligence is very low. They cultivate according to their instincts and like to stay in the wild mountains. Actually, in the very beginning, desolate beasts and divine beasts were originally the same race. It was just that as time passed, they slowly split up. Zhu Long explained. Lu Ming nodded. He understood. This is a wild dragon. It's an extremely powerful existence among the wild beasts. It's said that in the early days, the wild dragon and the true dragon were of the same race. Zhu Long explained. Then, the two of them discussed for a while. They didn't have a better idea for the time being, so they decided to go to some places where people gathered and inquire about the news before making the next preparations. After that, the ancestral dragon returned to Lu Ming's small world. Lu Ming continued to fly. It took Lu Ming more than 10 days to fly out of the mountain range. He then concealed his aura and changed his appearance. He chose a random direction and flew forward. The surface area of the dark underworld star was simply too large. Even though Lu Ming's speed here was 100 times slower than in the heaven realm, his current cultivation level allowed him to fly at an astonishing speed. However, still took Lu Ming a few more days before he saw a city. Chapter 2571 exposed a majestic city stood tall on the ground. It looked even bigger than Two World City. Lu Ming walked through a huge city gate and entered the city. So many races. After entering the city gate, Lu Ming realized that the streets of the city were filled with people of different races. At a glance, Lu Ming discovered at least dozens of races. Although there were also humans, they had the least. The chaotic astral river is a place where all kinds of races gather. It's true. Lu Ming had a thought. During the journey, Lu Ming would chat with Zhu Long from time to time. Zhu Long told Lu Ming many things. About the desolate universe. The primeval universe was boundless and had countless life planets. In the primal universe, there were countless races, each occupying a large territory. These territories were called star territories. Under each star area, there were many galaxies, and under each galaxy, there were many life planets. The Yuan Luo Palace was located at the edge of the primal universe, in a place called the Chaotic Astral River. The Chaotic Astral River could be said to be one of the most barren galaxies in the entire primal universe. The powerful forces didn't care about this place at all. Therefore, it had become a special galaxy. Those from various races who can't survive, escapees, or people who are being hunted, will all come to the Chaotic Astral River. Thus, the Chaotic Astral River has countless races. This place was filled with chaos, and killing could be seen everywhere. Of course, the Chaotic Astral River has also formed various powers of different sizes. These powers can also be seen fighting each other everywhere. When Lu Ming first heard that this place was one of the most barren places in the entire universe, he was shocked. To Lu Ming, the cultivation environment here was already extremely amazing. It was dozens of times better than the heaven realm. Such a place was actually the most barren place in the entire universe. Then, how amazing would the places with good cultivation environments be? Lu Ming was looking forward to it. He felt that the primeval universe would be more exciting than the heaven realm, the primordial realm, and the evil D realm. What about the Great Void Holy Dynasty? Lu Ming suddenly thought of the Great Void Holy Dynasty that Baiya had mentioned. The master of Netherworld Mountain, Jingyu, was from the Great Void Holy Dynasty. But where was the Great Void Holy Dynasty? Lu Ming had asked Zhu Long about it, but Zhu Long shook his head. He had never heard of the Great Void Holy Dynasty. The ancestral dragon was born and raised in the Chaotic Astral River. According to what he said, he had never left the Chaotic Astral River in his entire life. Lu Ming wandered around the streets. There were all kinds of races here, so naturally, no one paid attention to him. It seems like there aren't many virtual DS? Lu Ming walked around and realized that most of the people on the street were at the Martial Emperor realm. In the primal universe, there were also the Void Prying stage, True Void stage, Void Interpretation stage, and Void Transformation stage. There weren't many people who had reached the Void D realm. In particular, Lu Ming had seen most of those at the Transformation Void Martial stage and Demi-G. Yes. It seemed that it was not easy to break through to the Martial D realm in the prehistoric universe. Lu Ming walked around and found an inn to stay in. For the next few days, Lu Ming would wander around the city or go to some restaurants to find out more. Lu Ming knew that only the two largest cities had teleportation formations. However, both cities were guarded by a large number of experts from the Yuan Luo Palace. Do you want to take a risk? Lu Ming pondered. Al wanted to disguise himself in front of the teleportation formation and see if he could take the opportunity to slip through. However, he wasn't confident. Although his divine breath technique was effective in the heaven realm, this was the desolate universe. There were too many experts. Who knew if those experts would see through the disguise of the divine breath technique? Moreover, as Lu Ming's cultivation level increased, the effect of the divine breath technique became less and less. It became more and more difficult to conceal his aura. This was natural. The stronger one's cultivation was, the more powerful one's aura would be. It would be more difficult to change and conceal one's aura, unless one had a more exquisite aura concealment technique. Let's observe for a while and see if there are any other ways. If there's no other way, we can only take a risk. Lu Ming made a decision. After that, Lu Ming stayed in the city, cultivating and thinking of ways. In this place, Lu Ming's cultivation speed was much faster than the heaven realm. Lu Ming would often use Jing Ye's portrait to comprehend the will of the ruler, and his progress was rapid. However, there was a seal on Jing Ye's scroll. Lu Ming had not been able to open it, probably because his cultivation level was not high enough. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. In 2 months, Lu Ming's comprehension of the path of domination had improved by a large margin. It was comparable to 10 years of cultivation in the heaven realm. He believed that it would not be long before his cultivation base would rise again. On this day, Lu Ming was walking on the streets when he suddenly looked up at the sky. Buzz ID in the sky, a few beams of light flashed by. They were virtual D-level masters. In the past few days, there have been more and more experts in the vicinity. Indeed, they seemed to be looking for someone. Around them, many people were discussing. Could it be that the experts from the Yuan Luo Palace are looking for me? Lu Ming had a thought. Since he had captured Kong Long, it was only natural that the Origin Luo Palace would not let him go and would send a large number of experts to hunt him down. Following that, Lu Ming became even more careful. However, in the next few days, Lu Ming discovered that the number of experts in the city had decreased instead of increasing. There was a trend of more and more. Some people even walked into the city and looked around with sharp eyes. It was as if the other party had locked onto the city. Lu Ming returned to the inn, summoned Zhu Long, and told him about the matter. Not good, the enemy must have locked onto you. You just came out of the heaven realm and haven't assimilated with the primeval universe, so you must have a strong aura of the heaven realm. It won't be difficult for the enemy to lock onto you as long as they spend some time studying you. Zhu Long's expression changed drastically, Lu Ming's expression changed. However, the other party didn't find you immediately. This means that they can only determine the approximate area and can't accurately determine you. Now, you have leave this place as soon as possible. Zulong said. All right. Lu Ming did not hesitate. He kept the ancestral dragon into the small world and left the inn immediately. He headed out of the city and soon left the city gate. He chose a random direction and flew forward. Stop! After Lu Ming had flown for a while, 2 people flew toward him and one of them shouted. Lu Ming's heart jumped. They were 2 middle-aged men, both at the ethereal G-O-D realm. One of them was holding a crystal ball, which was shining with a weak light. The 2 middle-aged men flew toward Lu Ming. When they neared him, the crystal ball suddenly shone brightly. It's him! The 2 middle-aged men's eyes lit up. Buzz! Lu Ming immediately dashed out and flew rapidly in another direction. Stop right there. Chase. The 2 middle-aged burly men chased after Lu Ming at top speed. Chapter 2572 surrounded the crystal balls in the 2 middle-aged men's hands could clearly sense Lu Ming's aura. As soon as they got close, they lit up. Lu Ming's face was gloomy as he flew at top speed. However, as time passed, the distance between him and the 2 middle-aged men was getting closer and closer. "Brat, you won't be able to escape," one of the burly men said ferociously, his aura overbearing. The two middle-aged men were both at the second level of the Void God realm. If Lu Ming was in his normal state, he would not be a match for them. Therefore, Lu Ming kept triggering the battle formula as he flew. Boom. There seemed to be an explosion in his body. The double combat power of the battle formula had been successfully activated. Lu Ming did not take action immediately. Instead, he continued flying. In the blink of an eye, both parties were far away from the city and flew into a forest. Buzz. All of a sudden, Lu Ming's figure that was flying at high speed came to a halt. Not only that, but he also charged at the two middle-aged men. A combat sword appeared in his hand and he slashed. The two middle-aged men did not expect Lu Ming to suddenly stop running and charge at them instead. They could not stop in their tracks and rushed toward Lu Ming. Boom, boom. The two middle-aged men also made their moves. They each launched a move. However, it had happened too suddenly, so they could only use 50% of their combat strength at most. A second-tier Void God could only exert 50% of his combat strength. He could not withstand Lu Ming's full power at all. One of the middle-aged men did not even have the chance to scream before he was cut in half by Lu Ming's sword. Not good, the other burly man retreated. Kill! Lu Ming wielded his combat sword and charged at the middle-aged man with cold killing intent. The middle-aged man finally came to his senses. He took out a saber and slashed at Lu Ming. Clang! The sword and saber collided, causing a violent tremor. The middle-aged man's figure was forced to retreat. Lu Ming's combat power was doubled after activating the battle formula. Although he was not a match for a third-level virtual god-level martial artist, he had an absolute advantage over a second-level virtual god-level martial artist. After forcing the middle-aged man back with one move, Lu Ming continued to attack his opponent, launching a storm of attacks. The middle-aged man's roar was like thunder. Naturally, he was not willing to be killed, so he fought back with all his might. Clang, clang, clang. The two of them collided continuously. However, Lu Ming's combat strength was ultimately stronger. The middle-aged man was no match for him. After more than 10 moves, both his arms were shattered by the impact. He was sent flying backward and spat out blood. Whoosh! Lu Ming became one with his sword and charged forward, killing the middle-aged man. "You're looking for death." At this moment, two figures flew over from the direction of the city, exuding cold killing intent. It was obvious that the commotion of the battle had alerted the other experts of the Yuanluo Palace. Lu Ming's face darkened. With a wave of his hand, he kept the storage rings of the two middle-aged men. Then, he turned into a ray of light and flew away at high speed. The two people who came later were very powerful. One of them was at the second level of the Void God realm, while the other had a terrifying aura and had reached the third level of the Void God realm. This was not the Heaven realm. Lu Ming could mobilize the power of the Heaven realm's primordial realm and the Evil God realm. Here, Lu Ming was definitely not a match for a third-level Void God realm expert. Lu Ming flew at top speed, with two people in hot pursuit behind him. These two people also looked middle-aged. One of them was a burly man with a single horn on his head, while the other was a human with loose hair. The human's cultivation was at the third level of the Void God realm. The two sides, one chasing and one fleeing, flew tens of thousands of miles in the blink of an eye. Buzz! At this moment, a figure suddenly dashed out from a mountain peak in front of Lu Ming. It was a burly elder who was holding a crystal ball in his hand. At this moment, the crystal ball was flashing and reflecting light. You've really worn out your iron shoes in a long search, but you found it without any effort." The burly old man laughed and threw a punch at Lu Ming. A terrifying fist force came crushing toward Lu Ming. Boom, boom, boom. The fist force had yet to arrive, but it brought with it a terrifying wave that pressed down on Lu Ming, making him hold his breath. Lu Ming exerted all his strength and slashed with his sword. Buzz! The combat sword and the fist force collided. The combat sword shook violently. Lu Ming felt a violent force surging towards him. He could not help but retreat backward, his chi and blood churning. Third-level Void God realm is indeed powerful. Lu Ming steadied his body, his expression grave. With his current combat strength, he couldn't deal with a third-level Void God Realm existence. Unless his cultivation base broke through to the 3-star Heavenly Emperor realm and the battle formula doubled his combat power, he would not be able to compete with a third-level Void God Realm expert. The moment Lu Ming stopped, the two people behind him caught up and surrounded him. Two of them were at the third level of the Void God Realm, and one was at the second level of the Void God Realm. Hee hee kid, let's see how you're going to escape this time. The one-horned man sneered. Lu Ming frowned. He was no match for the 2 third-level Void God-level powerhouses. He was about to use Kong Long to threaten them. With Kong Long in his hands, he did not believe that the other party would dare to make a move. Kill! However, at this moment, the burly man with messy hair made his move. He was very decisive. A long spear appeared in his hand. A terrifying spear radiance shot out with a terrifying whistling sound and pierced towards Lu Ming. He did not give Lu Ming any chance to react. Lu Ming could only wave his sword to block. Clang! The combat sword and the long spear collided and Lu Ming retreated rapidly. Kill! Kill! The burly elder and the one-horned man also made their moves and charged toward Lu Ming. The old man's fist force was astonishing. He was wearing a pair of gloves on his hands, which were clearly divine artifacts. Every punch was terrifying. Lu Ming tried his best to block a few moves. His body was in great pain as if it was about to split open. However, just as Lu Ming was at a complete disadvantage, a sudden change occurred. The man with messy hair suddenly changed the direction of his spear. He was no longer attacking Lu Ming but the burly elder instead. The burly old man had never thought that the other party would suddenly attack him. He had not been prepared at all. The long spear pierced through the old man's forehead and the old man died. This scene not only stunned Lu Ming but also the one-horned burly man. Then he roared, "Songam, what are you doing? Kill!" The reply to the horned man was the disheveled-haired man's cold shout. He took advantage of the situation and pulled out his long spear, sweeping it across and hitting the horned man. The horned man screamed as his body was split into two. "Go down and find the answer yourself," the big man with messy hair said coldly. Then he thrust his spear again and killed the one-horned man. It happened so suddenly that the burly elder and the horned man were killed by the burly man with messy hair in an instant. Lu Ming retreated and was on guard. He was very curious as to why the other party would suddenly kill each other. The burly man with disheveled hair looked at Lu Ming with a complicated look in his eyes. He seemed to be reminiscing about the past. After a moment of silence, he said, "You're from the Heaven Realm, right?" Chapter 2573 Mysterious Woman. Many thanks, Senior. Lu Ming was sincerely grateful. "No need to thank me. You carry the hope of the Heaven Realm on your back. I really hope that you can get out of this danger." Song Imo smiled. Senior, how can I break the restriction on your body? Junior has mastered the Tao of a sovereign and might be able to help break the restriction. Lu Ming said. And NBSP, his Tao of domination was extremely profound and might work. You've actually mastered the Tao of a ruler? Song Imo was shocked. Even in the primal universe, there weren't many people who had mastered the Tao of a ruler. Every single one of them was a peerless genius. Lu Ming could actually control such power. Ha, good, you really are the hope of the Heaven Realm. Song Imo laughed out loud, her face was full of smiles. After a while, Song Imo said, "However, your cultivation is too low. The scal on my body was personally placed by the Hall Master of the Origin Luo Palace. Even if you have mastered the ruler's Tao, I'm afraid you'll have to wait until you reach the true D realm before you can remove our seal." True D Raylin? Lu Ming muttered. Indeed, it was not that simple. If it was that simple, then the ancestor of technique would probably be able to help them resolve it in secret. Go, but be careful. I'll find a way to lure away some of the people from the Yuan Luo Palace nearby. Song Imo said, "Senior, Lu Ming will remember your kindness today. If Lu Ming manages to escape danger, he'll definitely come back to save you in the future." Lu Ming cupped his fists, his gaze determined. All right, I believe you. Song Emo smiled. Then, Lu Ming used his movement technique and turned into a ray of light, leaving the place. After Lu Ming left, Song Emo destroyed all traces of the crime scene and left the place. After flying for some distance, Lu Ming landed on the ground and ran along the ground. After all, he would be a big target if he flew in the air. Moreover, Lu Ming did not have a fixed direction. He would head east and west at times, zigzagging in order to avoid being detected by the people from the Origin Luo Palace. Although it would be slower, it was at least safe. Lu Ming followed the map given by Song Emo and headed towards the stellar iron mine. The people from the Yuan Luo Palace could only capture Lu Ming's approximate location with the crystal ball. They could not pinpoint his exact location. Now that Lu Ming was moving at a high speed and his direction was constantly changing, it was more difficult for the other party to capture his precise position. Therefore, Lu Ming did not encounter any experts from the Yuan Luo Palace. However, the area of the shadowed star was too large. Lu Ming's speed was slow to begin with. It took him more than 2 months to reach the vicinity of the stellar iron mink. Their souls will be heavily restricted, and they can only listen to their orders. Otherwise, they will suffer a fate worse than death. As she said this, Song Mo's eyes revealed a hint of ferocity. And it's actually like this. Lu Ming also shouted coldly. Since ancient times, almost all the DS that walked out of the heaven realm and the primordial realm were controlled by the Origin Net Palace and became their slaves, death warriors. If there's any danger, let us do it. If things don't go well, they can control the restrictions and torture us. As for us, we can't escape at all. Once we leave a certain range of the Yuan Luo Palace, the restriction will activate, and we'll be better off dead. Song Emo said again. Towards the end, she was filled with helplessness and desolation. Lu Ming's face was gloomy. He could understand Song Mo's feelings. In the heaven realm and the evil D realm, they had reached the D realm and were almost at the peak. They had come to the primal universe with great ambition, wanting to break through to a higher realm. However, in reality, they had become the slaves of the Yuan Luo Palace. How sad was this? You must be cultivating the nomological system, right? I've met a few DS who walked out of the heaven realm and cultivated the nomological system. They cultivated a small world, but once they came to the primeval universe, their small world would merge with the primeval universe after a year. You have to escape from the underworld star within a year. Otherwise, you will definitely be found by the experts of the Origin Luo Palace. Song Emo said, Senior, do you have any ideas? Lu Ming asked. There are only 2 ways to leave the underworld star. One is to take the SPCE teleportation formation, and the other is to take the SPCE battleship. But now, everyone on the entire planet is looking for you, and the teleportation arrays are being guarded by terrifying experts. If you go, you will be discovered. As for the starship, it's extremely precious and rare. I don't have one either. Song Emo also frowned. Lu Ming was silent. The current situation was really not good. He had originally wanted to go to the teleportation formation to try and see if he could sneak through it. But now, the other party could capture the heaven realm aura on him. If he went, he would only be walking into a trap and die. What should I do? Lu Ming also frowned. Now, I can only try my luck. Song Emo said suddenly after a moment of silence. Try my luck. Lu Ming was puzzled. Not bad. Song Emo nodded and said, Over the years, most of the DS from our heaven realm have been controlled by the Yuan Luo Palace. However, one person managed to escape from the control of the Yuan Luo Palace. You might have heard of him. The people of the heaven realm call him the ancestor of technique. Ancestor of technique. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. He had naturally heard of the ancestor of technique. He was a legendary figure in the heaven realm. The ancestor of technique was a rare genius. At the end of the primordial era, the ancestor of technique came out of nowhere and created the nomological cultivation system. He also allowed the nomological cultivation system to expand rapidly. In the end, the nomological cultivation system even defeated the primordial cultivation system and became the mainstream cultivation system in the heaven realm. The ancestor of technique's entire life could be written into a legend. Later on, when the ancestor of technique's cultivation reached the D level, he left the heaven realm. The heavenly realm's heavenly thunder emperor was one of the ancestor of technique's disciples. The ancestor of technique broke away from the control of the Yuanluo palace and took risks to train outside. In the end, he stepped into the true D realm and returned to the chaotic astral river. He established a force and gathered many experts to fight against the Yuanluo palace. Lu Ming nodded. Anyone from the heaven realm would want to destroy the Yuanluo palace after knowing the truth. It was normal for them to fight with the Yuanluo palace after they had successfully cultivated the nomological laws. All these years, the ancestor of technique's power has been growing stronger and stronger, and he has been fighting against the origin Luo palace for a long time. There is a stellar iron mine on the underworld star that produces precious stellar iron. Some time ago, I heard that someone from the ancestor of technique's power attacked that stellar iron mine. If you go to the stellar iron mine and are lucky enough to meet the people from the ancestor of technique's force, you can leave the darkness star with them. This is the only way now. You take this. Song Imo waved her hand and a jade talisman flew towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming reached out and took it. He scanned it with his spiritual senses and realized that it was a huge map. This is the map of the dark underworld star. Follow the map on it and you will be able to accurately find the location of the stellar iron ore. I can't stay with you for too long, or else I will be easily exposed. Song Imo said. Swipe left to continue. Chapter 2574 Righteous Army, Let's Go. Lu Ming turned around and left, increasing his speed to the maximum. He thought that the woman had come to help and it would be dangerous if he stayed. But the woman was surprised. She thought that Lu Ming would try his best to hold her back when the experts from the stellar iron mine noticed her and rushed over. She did not expect Lu Ming to run faster than her. Is he not from the Yuanluo palace? The woman thought to herself, and then her figure moved, leaving the place. Not long after they left, a few figures appeared at the place where they had just fought. Looking at the ravines on the ground, one of the old men revealed a sinister sneer. It seems like the righteous army hasn't given up and is still lingering nearby. We've captured their people, so they naturally want to save them. Then we'll just wait to capture them all in one fell swoop. Another old woman sneered. In a flash, the few of them disappeared. Lu Ming ran for more than 100,000 miles before he stopped and found a place to rest. He'll observe for a while. If it doesn't work, he'll have to find a hidden place on the underworld star and merge the small world with the primal universe. Lu Ming pondered. Although there was a huge risk of being discovered by the experts of the Yuanluo palace, there was no other way. After resting for 2 days, Lu Ming headed in the direction of the stellar iron ore. Buzz. And NBSP whoosh. Lu Ming had walked for a while when he heard the sound of intense fighting ahead. It was obvious that someone was fighting. Lu Ming's gaze flickered. He then restrained his aura and leaned over carefully. 3 middle-aged men were attacking a woman. It's her. Lu Ming's gaze flickered. The woman who was being attacked was the beautiful woman who had attacked Lu Ming previously. At this moment, the woman was surrounded by 3 burly men and was in a critical situation. Among the 3 burly men, 2 of them were at the 2nd level of the Void D realm, while the other one had reached the 3rd level of the Void D realm. Although the woman was strong, she was no match for the 3 of them. A little girl from the Zhengfa army. Not bad. She's pretty enough. I can take her down and enjoy her. The 3rd level Void D realm burly man used an iron rod and waved it, creating loud rumbles and shocking power. With one strike, the woman's body trembled and she was sent flying. She spat out a mouthful of blood and her face turned pale. D from the Yuanluo palace. The woman gritted her teeth and tried her best to run to the side, but the three men were tightly holding her, making it difficult for her to escape. So she's not from the Yuanluo Palace, but from the righteous army. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. It was getting closer and closer to the 1-year period. There were less than 8 months left. At this point, Lu Ming was even more careful. This was because there was a terrifying expert in the stellar iron mine. Without a doubt, there was definitely an existence above 7th level Void G. D realm. Lu Ming did not dare to be careless. Lu Ming concealed his aura and approached the stellar iron ore carefully, planning to check out the situation. This area was an endless mountain range. There were huge mountains everywhere that reached into the clouds. Lu Ming hid in one of the mountains and looked into the distance. In the distance, there were mountains and a huge mine vein. There were many figures mining there, and some experts were patrolling. There was nothing unusual. Senior Song, the people from the Ancestor of Techniques faction came to attack this mine. But now, a few months have passed, said. Are the people from the Ancestor of Techniques still here? Even if they are, how can I find them? Will they attack again? Lu Ming pondered and many thoughts flashed through his mind. He decided to wait nearby. Next, Lu Ming waited near the stellar iron ore. However, he did not stay in one position all the time. Instead, he kept changing his position to avoid being discovered by the other party. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed, said. However, there was no movement at all. The stellar iron ore had been operating peacefully. Could it be that the Ancestor of Techniques people have already left? Lu Ming frowned. Time was getting shorter and shorter. Not long after, Lu Ming changed his direction again and carefully headed to another mountain peak. All of a sudden, Lu Ming felt a chill in his heart. He could sense that danger was approaching. Lu Ming took a step forward and his body suddenly shifted 100 meters to the right. A ray of sword light landed on the spot where Lu Ming had just landed, cutting a deep trench on the ground. You actually dodged my sword, not bad. A crisp voice was heard. Lu Ming turned around and saw a woman. This woman's skin was like jade, and her facial features were exquisite. She was an absolute beauty. She had a thick ponytail and was dressed in martial attire. She held a long sword in her hand and looked rather heroic. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. Did the people of the Yuanluo Palace find out? Buzz. Lu Ming retreated quickly. At the same time, he constantly cast the battle symbol art, hoping to trigger the double combat power of the battle symbol art. A mere transformation void martial stage wants to escape in front of me? Stay here. The woman shouted. Her figure was like a fleeting shadow as she rushed toward Lu Ming. With a wave of her long sword, a dazzling sword light slashed toward Lu Ming. The combat sword appeared in Lu Ming's hands and he slashed continuously. Bang, bang, bang. A concentrated explosion sounded. Lu Ming's arm went numb and he retreated quickly. What powerful battle strength! Lu Ming was slightly shocked. This woman's cultivation was only at first-tier virtual G, the level, but her divine power was condensed and strong. Her attack power was shocking and she could actually suppress Lu Ming. Forcing Lu Ming back, the woman charged at him again. She waved her long sword and hundreds of sword lights burst out, shrouding Lu Ming. Boom. At this moment, Lu Ming finally activated the double combat power of the battle character formula. His combat sword shook and rays of sword light burst out, clashing with the woman. Clang, clang. The speed of their attacks was shockingly fast, and in the blink of an eye, they had exchanged dozens of moves. After dozens of exchanges, the two were both pushed back hundreds of meters. They were evenly matched. Could it be a genius from the Yuanluo Palace? Lu Ming thought in his heart. Now, he had activated the double combat strength of the battle formula. His combat strength was very close to the 3rd level of the Void G. D realm, and he could kill people at the 2nd level of the Void G. D realm. However, this woman, who was only at the 1st level of the Void G. D realm, was able to fight him to a draw. Lu Ming was shocked, but he did not know that the woman's heart was turmoil. How is that possible? How can he be so powerful? The woman roared in her heart. Lu Ming's cultivation level was only at the transformation void martial stage and was far from the void D stage. However, his combat strength was so strong that he could fight with her. It was simply unbelievable. The Tao of a sovereign. The power he controls is actually the Tao of a sovereign. There's actually a genius on the Tao of a sovereign on Shadowed Star. I can't believe the Yuan Luo Palace has such a genius. I must get rid of him. Many thoughts flashed through the woman's mind. Then, a ruthless look appeared in her eyes. She gritted her teeth, raised her long sword, and charged at Lu Ming again. However, the moment the woman made her move, their expressions changed. In the distance, a few beams of light rose from the stellar iron mine. It was obvious that the battle here had been discovered. Chapter 2575 Escape Plan, You Have a Way? The young woman's face was full of doubt, obviously not believing him. Lu Ming had a way to save the people of the righteous army and take back the interplanetary warship? How was that possible? Although Lu Ming was terrifyingly talented, his cultivation level was still low. At most, his combat strength was on par with hers. What could she do? One should know that there were at least a few 9th-tier virtual D-level powerhouses in the stellar iron ore. As for the 7th-tier and 8th-tier virtual D-level powerhouses, Lu Ming would probably be killed with one slap if he went there. Sometimes, you don't need to rely on force to save people. Let me show you something and you'll know. Lu Ming smiled. He waved his hand and a person appeared in his hand. This man was the young master of the Yuan Luo Palace, Kong Long. I'm alone. At first, the young woman was stunned, but then her beautiful pupils suddenly enlarged. This is the young master of the Yuan Luo Palace, Kong Long? The young woman gasped. She had never expected to meet Kong Long here. You've seen it before? Lu Ming asked. I've seen him a few times. The woman said. She seemed to have thought of something, and a bright smile appeared on her face. Kong Long had been locked up by Lu Ming for more than half a year and was already in a daze. He was stunned for a while before he could see the situation clearly. Brat, you're dead. I'm telling you you're dead. Let me go, or I'll make sure you don't even have a corpse left. Tong Shi, what are you doing here? When Kong Long first saw Lu Ming, he shouted at the top of his lungs. Then, his gaze swept past the young lady and he was stunned. Kong Long, I didn't expect you to end up like this. He looks like I'm quite lucky. Tong Shi sized up Kong Long and sneered. What are you trying to do? Kong Long's face paled. You speak too much nonsense. Lu Ming said. He waved his hand and kept Kong Long. My cultivation isn't high enough. Even with Kong Long, I'm afraid I'll be killed instantly if I encounter an expert at or above the 7th level of the Void D realm. However, you have a 9th level Void D realm expert. If he uses Kong Long to exchange for the people of the Righteous Sky Army and the Starry Sky Warship, he'll have full confidence. Lu Ming said. This was his plan. If he could exchange Kong Long for the people of the Righteous Heaven Army and the Interplanetary Warship, he could leave Shadowed Star and owe the Righteous Heaven Army a favor. Why not? Alright, if I succeed this time, well, definitely be grateful. Tong Shier's face was also filled with joy. By the way, Tong Shi, what's your name? Tong Shier asked. Lu Ming. Lu Ming answered. Brother Lu, let's go. I'll bring you to meet the people of our Jingtian army. Tong Shier said. Regardless of whether you are from the same hometown as the general, it is a fact that you and the Yuan Luo Palace are enemies. The enemy of an enemy is a friend. However, it is impossible for me to bring you to the general now. The woman shook her head and sighed. What's going on? Lu Ming had a bad premonition. Last time, some of us came to attack the Star Iron Mine on the Dark Underworld Star, planning to take away a batch of their iron ores. However, we didn't expect that the other party had set up an ambush in advance. A part of us died in battle, a part of us were captured by the other party, and only a part of us managed to escape. The senior who controlled the Starry Sky battleship has also been captured by the enemy. Now, the Starry Sky battleship is in their hands. If we want to escape from the underworld star, we have to rescue the righteous army and take back the Starry Sky battleship. The woman said. This, Lu Ming was really speechless. It wasn't casual for him to meet the people of the righteous army, but they ended up like him, trapped and unable to escape. Now, there are many experts from the Yuan Luo Palace in the stellar iron mine. They are waiting for us to attack so that they can catch us all in one fell swoop. I have been looking for news in this area. The woman said. Lu Ming finally understood why the woman attacked him the moment she saw him. She probably thought he was from the Yuan Luo Palace and wanted to capture him for information. What's the cultivation level of the strongest expert in the stellar iron mine? Lu Ming pondered for a moment and asked. 9th level Voiji. Oh, the realm. The woman said. Then what cultivation level did your people who escaped have? Lu Ming asked again. There's also a 9th level virtual G. Oh, D, but there's only one of them. On the other hand, there are several 9th level virtual G. Oh, D level powerhouses in the stellar iron mine. Therefore, we're no match for them at all. The woman said. There's also a 9th level ethereal G. Oh, D realm expert. Oh, that's enough. I can help you save your people and take back the interplanetary warship. Lu Ming burst out laughing. Swipe left to continue. Chapter 2576 Crossing the Starry Sky. All right, there's no time to waste. I'll set off to save them now. You two follow me. Deputy General Sun took Kong Long and looked at the two men. The two men were at the 8th level of the Void G. Oh, D realm. They were the two with the highest cultivation apart from Deputy General Sun. Immediately, the three of them carried Kong Long and flew away. Lu Ming did not need to care about what happened after that. He believed that Deputy General Sun and the rest would definitely have a way to successfully exchange for the people from the Righteous Sky Army and the interplanetary warship. Kong Long was the young master of the Yuan Luo Palace. The people of the palace would not dare to reject the exchange of hostages. Lu Ming and the rest only had to wait quietly. In less than a day, Deputy General Sun and the others returned with more than 20 other people. It was a success. Lu Ming knew that Deputy General Sun and the rest had succeeded. Let's go, we have to leave the underworld star. The people of the Origin Luo Palace will definitely hunt us down. Deputy General Sun said. With a wave of his hand, a small boat appeared in the shape of the boat was very strange. It did not look like a boat, but rather similar to the sea-breaking shuttle that Lu Ming had seen in the Yuan continent. Both ends were pointed, forming the shape of a shuttle. It was pitch black in color and had strange runes carved all over its surface. Lu Ming knew that this was probably an interplanetary warship, a warship that could travel in the universe. Lu Ming's heart was burning. The price of such a warship would definitely be astonishingly high. This was because true DS could only stay in the universe for a short period of time. They were unable to cross the universe. Only sky celestials had the ability to travel across the starry sky, from one planet to another. From this, it could be seen how precious this kind of starry sky battleship was. If he could have one, he would be able to travel freely in the universe. As soon as the interplanetary warship appeared in the sky, it expanded rapidly. All of you come in. Deputy General Sun said. Buzz. Buzzard. Buzz. Everyone's figures flickered as they rushed into the interplanetary warship. Deputy General Sun was the last to enter. After he entered the Starry Sky battleship, the Starry Sky battleship turned into a rainbow light and shot into the sky at an astonishing speed. The Starry Sky battleship shot into S.P. C like a beam of light. Very quickly, it broke through the atmosphere and headed towards the outer sea. On the walls of the starship, there were pieces of transparent crystals. Through the crystals, one could see the outside. Lu Ming looked outside through the crystal. Then, her figure flashed and she headed in a direction. Lu Ming followed Tong Shi closely. Neither of them flew in the air. Instead, they ran on the ground. However, their speed was also very fast. After running for a few hours, the two of them arrived at a rather remote canyon. "Who is it? Stop!" a middle-aged man shouted as soon as the two of them arrived. He appeared in front of them and blocked them. "Uncle Lu, it's me," Tong Shi said. When the middle-aged man saw that it was Tong Shi, he smiled. Then, he glanced at Lu Ming, and a hint of wariness appeared in his eyes. Who is he?" he asked. He couldn't help but be on his guard. This was Planked Underworld, the territory of the Yuan Luo Palace. The Righteous Army and the Yuan Luo Palace were sworn enemies. The remaining members of the Righteous Army were all here. Now that he saw a strange man, he naturally had to be on guard. "Uncle Lu, his name is Lu Ming, he is also an enemy of the Yuan Luo Palace. He has a way to help us save Uncle W. G and the others," Tong Shi said. "I'll has a way to save her?" The middle-aged man's eyes were filled with suspicion. He could tell at a glance that Lu Ming was only at the transformation void martial stage. Such a cultivation was not worth mentioning in his eyes. How could he possibly have a way to save their companions? Don't be fooled by him. He might be from the Yuan Luo Palace to win your trust. At this point, the middle-aged man's face turned ugly. If that was the case, they were all in danger. His body was already filled with cold killing intent, ready to attack at any time. "Uncle Lu, he has the young master of the Yuan Luo Palace, Kong Long," Tong Shi hurriedly said. "The young master of the Yuan Luo Palace, Kong Long?" The middle-aged man's aura immediately weakened, and his face was filled with bewilderment. If Lu Ming really had Kong Long, he would definitely not be from the Yuan Luo Palace. Even if it was to capture them, he would not use Kong Long to risk his life. It was impossible. This was also the reason why Tong Shi could bring Lu Ming here without worry. "That's right. Kong Long is in my book. Miss Shi has already read it." Lu Ming immediately told him his plan. Good. Brother Lu Ming, I misunderstood you just now. I'm sorry." The middle-aged man laughed in embarrassment. "I'm fine." Lu Ming smiled. Under such circumstances, it was normal for the other party to be more cautious. "It'll take you to see Deputy General Sun," the middle-aged man said. Then he led Lu Ming and Tong Shi into the depths of the canyon. Deep in the canyon, Lu Ming saw a group of people. There were about 30 of them. They were all experts, and all of them were at the 3rd level of the Void D realm or above. Among these people, Tong Shi's cultivation was the weakest. Deputy General Sun, the middle-aged man, and Tong Shi bowed to one of the gray-robed elders. This gray-robed old man was Deputy General Sun. The highest position in the Righteous Heaven Army was the general, who was also the ancestor of technique. Below the general, there were some deputy generals, and below them, there were the generals and deputy generals. This old man was a deputy general and a 9th-level Void D realm existence. When the people in the canyon saw Lu Ming, they were all on guard. However, when Tong Shi and the others said that Lu Ming had Kong Long, they were all overjoyed. Lu Ming waved his hand and Kong Long appeared. "It's really Kong Long. I've seen him once." We're saved. When the Righteous Army saw Kong Long, they were all ecstatic. He was no longer on guard against Lu Ming. Kong Long's face turned pale when he saw so many Righteous Army soldiers. Al cowered and did not dare to shout anymore. "Senior, it'll have to trouble you." "Lu Ming pass," said Kong Long to Deputy General Sun. Lu Ming, if we can escape this time, you can state any conditions you have." Deputy General Sun laughed. "Junior's condition is very simple. I just want to leave with you all, and then I need a place to settle my family and friends." Lu Ming said, That's easy. Our Jingtian army has occupied more than a dozen life planets. We don't have much else, but we have a huge territory. You can choose whatever you want." Deputy General Sun grinned and took Kong Long. £3. Chapter 2577. Meeting the ancestor of technique. After arriving at the living room, Lu Ming and Tong Shi chatted casually and waited. Not long after, a shadow flashed outside the living room, and a figure suddenly appeared. It was a man who looked to be in his 30s. He was wearing a black robe and had a handsome and elegant appearance, giving off a gentle feeling. Shi greets the general. When she saw this young man, Tong Shi hurriedly stood up and bowed. This man was the general of the righteous heaven army, the ancestor of technique of the heaven realm, the legendary figure who had founded the cultivation system of the nomological laws. Haha, no need to be so polite. I'm here to meet my fellow villager. The ancestor of technique laughed and walked in. Lu Ming greets the ancestor of technique. Lu Ming also stood up and bowed. It was his first time meeting this legendary figure and he was very excited. No need to be so polite, no need to be so polite. The ancestor of technique waved his hand and a gentle force lifted Lu Ming up. It's been many years since someone called me by this T. In the future, you can call me general like everyone else. The ancestor of technique smiled and sized Lu Ming up carefully. He has the aura of the heaven realm. He's indeed from the heaven realm. He has even cultivated the system of laws and condensed a small world. The ancestor of technique murmured. He looked at Lu Ming with an increasingly friendly gaze. Lu Ming, how did you get out of the heaven realm? What happened in the heaven realm? I once sneaked into the dark underworld star, but the pass, sage to the heaven realm has been sealed, so I can't even get in. The ancestor of technique asked a few questions. It was clear that he was not calm either. Lu Ming understood that the ancestor of technique must have returned to the shadowed star after his cultivation had improved. However, the pass, sage was sealed by ancestral dragon and patriarch of prison suppression with heaven suppression talismans. The ancestor of technique was too strong, and if he broke the seal by force, he would destroy the heaven realm, the primordial realm, and the evil D realm. Senior, it's like this. Immediately, Lu Ming gave a brief account of what had happened in the heaven realm and the evil D realm. I see. After the ancestor of technique heard this, he nodded and sighed. Senior, I've brought out most of the divine beasts and humans in the heaven realm and the primordial realm. In a few months, our small world will merge with the primeval universe. We need a place to settle these living beings. Lu Ming said. That's easy. I'll pick a place for you immediately. The ancestor of technique laughed. The true heaven star was astonishingly large, several times larger than the dark underworld star. He could see that the land behind him was shrinking. Very soon, a blue planet appeared below. Is this the dark underworld star? It was the first time that he saw a planet in front of him. Lu Ming was shocked. In the heaven realm, such a wondrous scene could not be seen. The huge underworld star was spinning slowly in the universe. In Lu Ming's vision, smaller. Became smaller and one day, it'll come back to the dark underworld star. One day, it'll take back the heaven realm and the primordial realm. Senior Song Mo and the other seniors from the heaven realm, I will set you free one day. The Yuanluo Palace has treated the people of the heaven realm as medicinal herbs. One day, I will flatten the Yuanluo Palace. Lu Ming secretly swore in his heart. His eyes were determined. The underworld star became smaller and smaller in Lu Ming's eyes. In the end, it became a small black dot and disappeared. Lu Ming looked at other places and sighed in his heart. Beautiful, too beautiful. The starry sky in the universe was simply too beautiful. The stars were dazzling. And they were currently traveling through the universe. The primeval universe is the real world. It's vast and boundless. Looking at the starry sky, Lu Ming felt his heart open. The heaven realm, the primordial realm, and the evil D realm were still too small. They were only small kiliocosm and could not be compared to the primeval universe. The primeval universe was too vast and boundless. There were countless races and experts. Those legend-rank experts were able to roam the universe freely and were immortal. Lu Ming suddenly felt a sense of pride in his heart. He felt his blood boiling. One day, he would also become an expert who could dominate the universe. Although he was still far away now, when Lu Ming had just started cultivating, he was still far away from being a peak expert in the heaven realm. But in the end, Lu Ming still achieved it. Lu Ming had a feeling that the desolate universe would be more exciting than the heaven realm and the primordial realm. Now, they were going to the headquarters of the righteous heavenly army, the righteous heavenly star. The underworld star was very far away from the true heaven star. One could imagine that the surface area of a single dark underworld star was 10,000 times larger than the total surface area of the heaven realm, the primordial realm, and the evil D realm. However, the underworld star was just a speck of dust in the universe. One could only imagine how great the distance between different planets was. Even if the speed of an interplanetary warship was amazing, it would still take several months to travel. In the Starry Sky battleship, Lu Ming would occasionally cultivate and chat with Tong Shi and Deputy General Sun. He had also learned a lot about the common knowledge of the desolate universe. At the same time, when the people of the righteous army found out that Lu Ming came from a small kiliacosm and was from the same hometown as the general of the righteous army, their attitude towards Lu Ming changed completely. They treated Lu Ming as one of their own. A few months pass, said in the blink of an eye. A huge planet appeared in front of them. This planet was the True Heaven Star. True Heaven Star was named after the True Heaven Army occupied this place, so it was naturally not called this before. What a huge planet! From afar, Lu Ming could feel that the True Heaven Star was astonishingly huge. Its size was at least a few times larger than the shadowed star. It gave a strong visual impact. The starship slowed down and slowly approached True Sky Star. Slowly, Lu Ming could see mountains, rivers, and even huge cities on the True Heaven Star. Not long after, they entered the atmosphere of True Sky Star. At this time, Deputy General Sun put away the interplanetary warship, and they appeared in the air. What a dense divine qi! Lu Ming took a deep breath and felt that the divine qi here was extremely rich. Was more than twice as rich as on the underworld star. Such a cultivation environment was simply too good. Let's go! Deputy General Sun took the lead and flew toward a mountain peak. Lu Ming and the rest followed. This mountain peak was extremely wide, and on top of it, there were many palaces that were majestic and magnificent. Between the mountain peaks, experts were constantly flying around. So many experts! Lu Ming was secretly shocked. At a glance, he could see that most of the city's virtual D level existences were there. There were only a few below virtual D level. However, Lu Ming also understood that this should be the headquarters of the righteous army. There would naturally be many experts here. There would definitely not be so many experts in other places. Soon they arrived at a square. Bring Lu Ming to the living room and wait. I'll report to the general. He'll be very happy to know that a fellow villager has come. Deputy General Sun said. All right. Tong Shi nodded, then looked at Lu Ming and said, Lu Ming, come with me. Let's go to the living room. All right. Lu Ming nodded and followed Tong Shi, Cr. Chapter 2578 World Merging. Moreover, some of these people had been stuck in the demi-G D realm for countless years. It was impossible for them to break through in the heaven realm. The heaven realm's conditions weren't enough for someone to break through to the martial D realm. At most, they could only cultivate to the demi-G D realm. Their foundation and their comprehension had already reached their limits. At this moment, the moment he arrived at the desolate universe, the moment he arrived at the true heaven star, he had an impulse to break through. Let's release them first and settle them down. It won't be too late to break through after the small world fuses with the primeval universe. Yes. Immediately, Lu Ming and a few people who cultivated small worlds released the divine beasts and humans inside. People kept appearing on the plain. Not long after, a dense crowd of humans and divine beasts appeared. Their numbers were immeasurable. This was the entire heaven realm and primordial realm's people and divine beasts, so their numbers were naturally terrifying. However, this plane was really too big. It was more than 10 times the size of the heaven realm, the primordial realm, and the evil D realm. It could easily accommodate them. Everyone were safe. This is the true Bevan Star, the primeval universe. We can settle down here and build our city. Lu Ming's voice rang in everyone's ears. Is this the primal universe? What kind of energy this? It's much stronger than original Qi. My cultivation feels like it's about to break through. I'm just taking a breath. I feel like I can strengthen my body and achieve a breakthrough in cultivation even if I don't cultivate in this environment. Countless humans and D beasts felt the environment here and were extremely shocked. The cultivation environment of True Sky Star was much better than that of the heaven realm and the primordial realm. It was like heaven and earth. They were right. Even if one didn't cultivate here, one's cultivation could still be improved. This was especially true for some low-level martial artists. For example, those below the martial royal realm felt that their cultivation was improving with every breath they took. Their bodies were also being tempered and constantly becoming stronger. Their feelings were not wrong. In the primeval universe, any creature, regardless of whether they had cultivated or not, could reach the martial royal realm as long as they were adults. In other words, in the primeval universe, any farmer had the cultivation of a martial emperor. This was the divine realm. It was incomparable to the heaven realm. The environment here was too good. Any living being that stayed here for a long time would automatically evolve in all aspects and transform. It was a place for the living beings of the heaven realm and the primordial realm to relax. Follow me. The ancestor of technique was swift and decisive in his work. With a wave of his sleeve, a wave of energy swept Lu Ming up and flew out. The ancestor of technique's speed was extremely shocking. The scenery around them kept flying past. Not long after, they had flown far away and arrived at a Sland stretched as far as the eye could see, and there was no end to it at all. Sland is wide and open, and its area is at least 10 times the size of the heaven realm, primordial realm, and evil D realm. Your small world can merge here, the ancestor of technique said. Many thanks, Senior. Lu Ming was also very excited. Finally, he had found a way out of the heaven realm. He had finally won a chance of survival and successfully escaped with everyone. Senior, please wait a moment. With that, Lu Ming had a thought and his figure appeared on a mountain peak in his small world. Here, the ancestral dragon, venerable Lord Sky Thunder, the Tan Longhorn Beetle, and the rest had been waiting for Lu Ming's news. At the same time, they were also prepared to fight to the death if there was any danger. The moment La Ming appeared, Zhu Long and the rest looked at him. Lu Ming, what's the situation now? If we really can't do it, well, just fight to the death. Everyone chimed in. Everyone, we have already left the dark underworld star. Lu Ming smiled. What? Have you left the dark underworld star? Zhu Long and the others were stunned for a moment, and then they were overjoyed. He had left the underworld star. Could it be that he had already escaped? We're safe. Also, it'll take you to see someone. With that, a force enveloped the ancestral dragon and the others, moving them out of the small world. The moment the ancestral dragon and the others appeared, they looked around. The next moment, they all focused on the ancestor of technique. After seeing the ancestor of technique, the ancestral dragon, Heavenly Thunder Emperor, and the others were stunned. Master? The Heavenly Thunder Emperor muttered to himself as if he had been dumbfounded. Then, he trembled with excitement. Disciple greets Master. After a long while, the Heavenly Thunder Emperor bowed down. Ancestor of technique, it's the ancestor of technique. At the same time, some people cried out in surprise. The portion of these people had existed since the archaic era. Some of them were even older than the ancestor of technique, so they naturally knew him. Now that he saw the ancestor of technique, he was shocked. The ancestor of technique had left the heaven realm a long time ago. He didn't expect to meet him here. Tenlei, it's been many years since we last met. It's time for you to make a breakthrough in your cultivation, he said. The ancestor of technique smiled. Ancestor of technique? The ancestral dragon muttered with a complicated gaze. When the ancestor of technique was still in the heaven realm, he had already been ordered to guard the heaven realm. When the ancestor of technique left the heaven realm, he naturally knew. Also, he knew that those people would be controlled by the Yuan Luo Palace once they left the heaven realm, but he had no choice. He couldn't stop them or remind them. It was not until the prison-guarding patriarch went to the Bevan realm and took out the heaven-suppressing seal that they joined forces and sealed the pass, sage to the heaven realm. However, to his surprise, the ancestor of technique was not controlled by the Yuan Luo Palace. It's like this. The ancestor of technique has created the righteous army to fight against the Yuan Luo Palace. Lu Ming briefly told him about the ancestor of technique and how they came to the true heaven star. The general of the righteous army, the ancestral dragon and the others muttered. At this moment, they deeply understood that the ancestor of technique's current realm was far beyond what they could guess. It was probably shockingly high. Otherwise, how could they establish the righteous army and resist the Yuan Luo Palace? Some of the people here were of the same generation as the ancestor of technique, and some of them were even older than him. But at this moment, all of their eyes were filled with respect. The path of cultivation was like this. The one who had reached the top came first, regardless of age. Since the ancestor of technique's cultivation was already far above them, they naturally could not look at him like they were of the same generation. The ancestor of technique's gaze swept across the crowd and he nodded slightly. He felt rather complicated. There were many familiar faces here. After so many years, he was quite moved to see so many familiar faces. All right, you guys can stay here for now. I'll send someone to help you. If you need anything, you can let me know, the ancestor of technique said. With that, he turned into a beam of light and left this place. Is this the primal universe? What a dense divine chi. This kind of cultivation environment is truly shocking. I feel like I'm about to break through. Ilaha, me too. The moment the ancestor of technique left, everyone started to feel it. They were all shocked by the cultivation environment here. 23. Chapter 2579 Becoming G. Oh. DS one after another the heaven and earth returned to its peaceful state. The small worlds of all the people who cultivated the nomological laws system in the heaven realm and the primordial realm had fused with the Giara Sland. The area of this Giara Sland had also expanded a little, and the distance between some big cities had become further. Boom, boom. At this moment, several auras soared into the sky. It was extremely shocking. That is, break through to the War G. D level. Lu Ming's gaze flickered and he looked in the direction of the aura. Heavenly Thunder Emperor, Renegade Emperor. There were a total of 5 people, and their auras were getting stronger and stronger, reaching their peak. This was a sign of a breakthrough to the martial G. D realm. Lu Ming did not expect that the Heavenly Thunder Emperor and the others would also make a breakthrough at this time. However, it was normal when he thought about it. Venerable Lord Sky Thunder, Venerable Lord Rebellion, and the others had long become demig. Yes. With their ACCU, mulation over a long period of time, they could have broken through to the martial G. D realm. However, in the heaven realm, the conditions were limited, so it was difficult to succeed. And NBSP Huhu. The bodies of the 5 venerable sovereigns were like 5 vortexes, constantly absorbing the energy of heaven and earth. The divine chi in the world surged and gathered towards them. After a few days, their auras rose sharply. A layer of light covered the surface of their bodies like a flame. It was a burning divine fire. They had broken through to the first level of the void G. D realm. There's no heavenly tribulation. Lu Ming's eyes flickered, feeling a little surprised. He had discovered this situation a long time ago. During this period of time, too many people and divine beasts in the heaven realm and the primordial realm had broken through, but none of them had a heavenly tribulation. In the heaven realm and the primordial realm, breaking through to the martial emperor realm, martial saint realm, and martial emperor realm would all be accompanied by disasters. But here, there was nothing. In the heaven realm, there was also a terrifying heavenly tribulation when one broke through to the demi-G. D realm. Lu Ming had thought that there would be a heavenly tribulation when one broke through to the martial G. D realm. He did not expect that there was none. Perhaps this is the difference between the heaven realm and the primordial realm and the primeval universe. Lu Ming pondered. In the heaven realm, the primordial realm, and the evil G. D realm, the heavenly Tao was supreme. All heavenly tribulations were evolved from the heavenly Tao. Many talented people could easily cultivate to the rank of martial saint or martial supreme. Of course, it was not easy to reach the martial G. D realm. This was a barrier that stopped 99% of the creatures in the primeval universe. Everyone, let's get familiar with each other before we begin. Lu Ming's voice was heard again. Everyone familiarized themselves and got used to it. Then, Zhu Long and the others started to make arrangements. Everyone started build a city on the plain. Not long after, a group of experts came from the righteous heaven army, responsible for the safety of the many creatures in the heaven realm. After all, there were some living creatures in this land. Although there were no terrifying existences, any living creature had the cultivation of the martial royal realm. They were a threat to most of the humans and divine beasts in the heaven realm. Following that, countless heaven realm beings began to get busy. One after another, huge and majestic cities were erected on the land. At the same time, the righteous heaven army had formation experts to help them inscribe a formation. This way, as long as they stayed in the city, they would be safe. A few months pass, said in the blink of an eye. Countless living beings in the heaven realm settled down on this land. Hundreds of huge cities suddenly appeared in this boundless land. In the past few months, the cultivation of countless people in the heaven realm had skyrocketed and kept breaking through. Especially those with low cultivation, their breakthrough speed was even more shocking. For example, Lu Ming's parents, Li Ping and Lu Yuntian, had rushed straight into the martial sage realm. Moreover, they were improving every day. There were countless living beings in the heaven realm. When they first came to such a place, they were bound to have a period of explosive growth. After their cultivation was high, their growth would be slow. It would take much longer for a martial emperor to level up. However, there were still many martial emperors who had broken through. The lower one's cultivation level, the easier it was to break through. On this day, a series of rumbling sounds came from Lu Ming's body. The 1-year period is up. Lu Ming's gaze flickered. It had been a year since he came to the desolate universe. The small world in his body was about to merge with the primeval universe. Lu Ming's body moved and he turned into a ray of light, appearing on an open plain. At this moment, countless people rushed out and came to the open plain. Like Lu Ming, they cultivated the nomological system and relined small worlds. At this moment, they had to integrate with the desolate universe. Buzz. Lu Ming's small world shook more and more violently and then flew out automatically. After the small world flew out, it landed on the land and merged with the land. The area of the land was rapidly expanding. Lu Ming felt a wave of weakness in his body. This was caused by the fusion of the small world and the primeval universe. Buzz. At this moment, the mountain and river diagram flew out from between Lu Ming's eyebrows and fused with the ground. As expected, even a grotto heaven treasure is no good. I can't keep it. Lu Ming sighed. The nature of grotto heaven treasures was the same as small worlds. They were not allowed to exist in the primal universe. In the primeval universe, except for some CE secret realms that were born naturally, the small worlds that were man-made and could allow living creatures to live were all not allowed to exist. This was how domineering the primeval universe was. It was the only one. However, spatial treasures like storage rings were fine. This kind of spatial treasure could only open up a sea and store things. Living beings could not survive in it. So it was fine. Fortunately, Lu Ming had stored all the treasures of the mountain and river diagram in his small world. In the heaven realm, all the living beings who had cultivated small worlds had merged with the earth. Ayala. At this moment, an extremely powerful energy poured into Lu Ming's body. He did not even need to refine it. This energy automatically transformed into world energy and master energy. The feeling of weakness disappeared quickly and Lu Ming was filled with energy again. This was the feedback from the primal universe. The primeval universe was fair. If his small world was taken away, there would be corresponding energy that would be fed back to him. Lu Ming felt that the world energy and the ruler's energy in his body were surging. His total energy did not. His cultivation level was still the same as before. It was just that the small world had disappeared and turned into the power of the world and the power of domination. That's good. It'll be easier for me to break through to the martial G. The realm in the future. Lu Ming smiled. In order to break through to the martial G. D realm, he had to combine all his energy into one. Even if the small world did not merge with the primeval universe, he would still have to find a way to merge everything into one in the future. However, that would be more troublesome. In this case, it would be more convenient for Lu Ming to break through to the battle G. D realm in the future. He would take fewer detours. 23. Chapter 2580 Zik Nianxing becomes G. D Xianxia and Xianxia's auras were too shocking. Even though they had already stabilized their cultivation in the void G. D realm, they were still shocked. Furthermore, this was not the end. Xianxiang and Zik Nianxin's auras were still rising. As time passed, the two of them seemed to have turned into two suns. One was as black as ink, while the other was holy and perk. They were like two suns, one black and one white, hanging in the sky, illuminating the entire GRA. Sland. At this moment, the entire GRS, Sland and hundreds of giant cities could see the situation here. Such a commotion was too terrifying. Shao Qing and Xianxia's breakthrough is much more shocking than the others. Lu Ming also sighed in his heart. At that moment, Lu Ming could sense that Xianxia and Xianxia's auras were dozens of times stronger than the others. Furthermore, it was still getting deeper. Buzz. Not far from Lu Ming, a shadow flashed and a figure appeared. It was the ancestor of technique. Clearly, even the ancestor of technique was alarmed. It's transforming. It's constantly transforming. Is it controlling the divine grade divine power? The ancestor of technique muttered. His eyes were filled with shock. And Enbisbu, Xianxia and Xianxia's attraction was getting stronger and stronger. Endless divine qi rolled towards the two, but it obviously couldn't keep up with the speed of their refining. Lu Ming's expression changed. He waved his hand and divine crystals appeared one after another. A total of 2,000 yuan. 1,000 yuan went to Xianxia, and 1,000 yuan went to Xianxia. As soon as the divine crystals reached their bodies, they exploded one by one, turning into extremely dense divine qi that flew into their bodies and were absorbed. A day later, they had finished absorbing all 1,000 divine crystals. However, they didn't seem to want to stop. There are still 3,000 yuan left. I'll use them all. Lu Ming gritted his teeth and decided to throw out the remaining 3,000 divine crystals. However, at this moment, the ancestor of technique, who was not far away from Lu Ming, waved his hand and divine crystals flew out towards Zik Nianxing and Zik Nianxia. Lu Ming used his spiritual senses to scan and found out that there were a total of 6,000 divine crystals. Each of them had 3,000 divine crystals. Bang! Bang! These divine crystals also exploded one by one, turning into divine qi that was absorbed by the two. However, after a few days, the two of them still didn't stop cultivating. The ancestor of technique waved his hand again, and another 1,000 divine crystals flew out. This time, he finally had enough. However, that heavenly Tao was only the heavenly Tao of the heaven realm and the primordial realm. It had nothing to do with the primeval universe. Perhaps, there was no such thing as a heavenly tribulation in the primeval universe. Lu Ming smiled. This was good too. His parents' cultivation had been improving. It was only a matter of time before they broke through to the martial emperor realm. Without the heavenly tribulation, Lu Ming would be more a case. Congratulations, congratulations. Many people flew over to congratulate Venerable Lord Heavenly Thunder, Venerable Lord Rebellion, and the others for successfully breaking through to the martial D realm. Heavenly Thunder Emperor and the others were all smiling, unable to hide the excitement in their hearts. They had been trapped in the same realm for too long. In the past, it had been difficult for them to break through. Now that they had broken through, they suddenly felt like birds flying in the sky, and their hearts had opened up. Lu Ming also came forward to congratulate him. After a lively atmosphere, Lu Ming returned to his residence. Lu Ming was currently living in a newly built city. Xianxia, Lu Shenhuang, Lu Qi, his few disciples, and his parents all lived in this city. Lu Ming entered a room and sat cross-legged. A piece of crystal appeared in his hand. This crystal was the size of a fist, and it was crystal clear. These crystals were called divine crystals, and they were made of pure divine qi. In Netherworld Mountain, the divine stone that Lu Ming obtained was also condensed from divine qi. However, that kind of divine stone could be said to be inferior to divine crystals. The divine qi contained in it could not be compared to divine crystals at all. Perhaps, tens of thousands of divine stones were only equivalent to one divine crystal. After all, Netherworld Mountain had been sealed in the heaven realm and the primordial realm. After a long time, its divine qi was no longer pure. The divine stones that it had condensed naturally could not compare to divine crystals. Divine crystals were the hard currency of the divine realm. They were divided into low grade, middle grade, high grade, and top grade. The divine crystals in Lu Ming's hands were low-grade divine crystals. One of them was equivalent to tens of thousands of divine stones. As for divine crystals of mid-grade and above, they were naturally even rarer and more precious. Lu Ming had killed 7 to 8 Void D realm experts when he invaded the heaven realm. On the underworld star, he had also killed a few Yuan Luo Palace experts. He had obtained some low-grade divine crystals from their storage rings. In total, there were more than 5,000 pieces. 5,000 low-grade divine crystals would be more than 100 million divine stones if they were exchanged for divine stones. As for exchanging it for supreme-grade raw gemstones, it was an even more astronomical figure. Ori rocks were born from the heaven realm and the primordial realm. They were worlds apart from divine crystals, so they naturally couldn't be compared. Lu Ming tidied up the items in his hands and continued to cultivate. Time flew by, and soon another year had passed. Over the past year, more people had broken through. The overall strength of the people from the heaven realm and the primordial realm had been increasing. Moreover, many DS had successfully broken through and entered the martial D realm. Almost all of the older DS had entered the martial D realm. Even Dandan, the tan longhorn beetle, the 9 lives devilish silkworm, and the others were almost there. Lu Ming, I'm going to break through. Xianxia said to Lu Ming. He's about to break through? Alright, I'll protect you. Lu Ming was overjoyed. Xianxia nodded. The two of them left the city and came to an empty land. Thank you, Ninjuan. In front of him, a figure sat cross-legged in the air, shining with brilliant holy light. He didn't expect to meet Xianxia here. You're going to break through too? Xianxia looked at Xianxia in surprise. Not bad. Xianxia nodded. I didn't expect that your cultivation speed would be so fast even after you've devoured the memories of your previous life. I'm a little jealous, Xianxia smiled. If I don't cultivate faster, they'll be Serpa. Sebayu. Xianxia also smiled faintly. Then he went to the other side and sat cross-legged in the void. Ili's body was surrounded by a black light. Xianxia didn't say much. He closed his eyes and adjusted his state of mind. Boom, boom. 3 days later, almost at the same time, a shocking aura burst out from the two of them. A black light beam and a white light beam shot up into the sky and broke through the clouds. At this moment, countless people looked over. What a shocking aura! Someone has broken through to the martial D realm. In a city, Zhu Long's eyes flickered. Then he soared into the sky and appeared not far from Lu Ming not long after. Then, the Heavenly Thunder Emperor and the others also appeared one by one and watched from afar. At this moment, Zik Nyanging and Zik Nianjin's auras were getting stronger and stronger, as if they would never stop. Boom, boom, boom. Heaven and earth rumbled, and their bodies were like two black holes. Endless divine qi between heaven and Karth gathered toward them and poured into their bodies. Their auras rose once more, and a terrifying pressure spread out. This aura, how can it be so shocking? It's so terrifying. It's more than 10 times more terrifying than when we broke through. How could it be? The ancestral dragon, venerable sovereign rebellion, venerable sovereign sky thunder, and the others couldn't stay calm anymore. They all exclaimed in shock. 23. Chapter 2581 Zik Nianxing becomes G. Oh, D Xianxia and Xianxia auras were too shocking. Even though they had already stabilized their cultivation in the void D realm, they were still shocked. Furthermore, this was not the end. Xianxia and Zik Nianjin's auras were still rising. As time passed, the two of them seemed to have turned into two suns. One was as black as ink, while the other was holy and perk. They were like two suns, one black and one white, hanging in the sky, illuminating the entire GRA. Sland. At this moment, the entire GRS, Sland and hundreds of giant cities could see the situation here. Such a commotion was too terrifying. Shao Qing and Xianxin's breakthrough is much more shocking than the others. Lu Ming also sighed in his heart. At that moment, Lu Ming could sense that Xianxia and Xianxin's auras were dozens of times stronger than the others. Furthermore, it was still getting deeper. Buzz. Not far from Lu Ming, a shadow flashed and a figure appeared. It was the ancestor of technique. Clearly, even the ancestor of technique was alarmed. It's transforming. It's constantly transforming. Is it controlling the divine grade divine power? The ancestor of technique muttered. His eyes were filled with shock. And Enbisbu, Xianxia and Xianxin's attraction was getting stronger and stronger. Endless divine qi rolled towards the two, but it obviously couldn't keep up with the speed of their refining. Lu Ming's expression changed. He waved his hand and divine crystals appeared one after another. A total of 2,000 yuan. 1,000 yuan went to Xianxia, and 1,000 yuan went to Xianxia. As soon as the divine crystals reached their bodies, they exploded one by one, turning into extremely dense divine qi that flew into their bodies and were absorbed. A day later, they had finished absorbing all 1,000 divine crystals. However, they didn't seem to want to stop. There are still 3,000 yuan left. They'll use them all. Lu Ming gritted his teeth and decided to throw out the remaining 3,000 divine crystals. However, at this moment, the ancestor of technique, who was not far away from Lu Ming, waved his hand and divine crystals flew out towards Zik Nianxing and Zik Nianjuan. Lu Ming used his spiritual senses to scan and found out that there were a total of 6,000 divine crystals. Each of them had 3,000 divine crystals. Bang, bang. These divine crystals also exploded one by one, turning into divine qi that was absorbed by the two. However, after a few days, the two of them still didn't stop cultivating. The ancestor of technique waved his hand again, and another 1,000 divine crystals flew out. This time, he finally had enough. When they finished absorbing the 2,000 divine crystals, their auras finally reached their peak and then slowly stabilized. He had broken through to the martial D realm. Both Xianxia and Xianxia had entered the martial G.O.D realm and were at Lai 1 Void G.O.D realm. Senior ancestor of technique, many thanks. Lu Ming flew toward the ancestor of technique and cupped his fists thanks. This time, if the ancestor of technique had not taken out 10,000 divine crystals, Lu Ming would not have had enough divine crystals. It's only a little divine crystal. No need to thank me. These two women aren't simple, the ancestor of technique said with a smile. He then turned into a beam of light and left. He's not simple. Lu Ming also muttered in his heart. When Xianxia and Xianxia were below the battle G.O.D realm, their performance was already amazing. However, when they broke through to the battle G.O.D realm, it seemed that they were even more amazing. It was as if some kind of transformation had occurred. Xianxia's previous life, or Xianxia's previous life, was probably not a small matter. Lu Ming had wanted to ask Xianxia about this a few times, but Xianxia seemed to have some reservations and was unwilling to say more. Lu Ming wanted to get Xianxia beat around the bush, but Xianxia did not want to say more, so Lu Ming could only give up. Congratulations, congratulations. At this moment, Xianxia and Xianxia's auras had stabilized. Zhu Long and the others quickly went up to congratulate them. Becoming a martial G.O.D was equivalent to stepping into another level of life, becoming a G.O.D and stepping into the second step of cultivation. This was no small matter. Xianxia was very cold. He simply nodded and stepped into the air, leaving the place. Many thanks to all the seniors. Xianxia smiled and nodded. Then he flew toward Lu Ming. Not long after, Zhu Long and the others also left. Little Qing, how do you feel? Lu Ming held Xianxia's hand and said, I feel fine. Do you want to exchange a few moves with me? Xianxia blinked his big eyes and looked at Lu Ming with a faint smile. What's wrong? Are you still thinking of stepping on me? Lu Ming joked. When he first met Xianxia had been thinking about stepping on him every day. What's wrong? It won't work. Xianxia's eyes widened. Let's see if you have the ability to do so. Lu Ming smiled and planted a kiss on Xianxia's red lips. Then he retreated and stood opposite Xianxia. Since you dared to take advantage of me, I'm going to eat you back. Xianxia's eyes flickered. In a flash he charged at Lu Ming. So fast. Lu Ming's heart trembled. He took a heavy step back and his figure retreated rapidly. Then his entire body was filled with a dazzling purple gold light. Lu Ming had circulated about 80% of the Tao of domination and sent out a palm. The powerful palm force rushed towards Xianxia like a mountain. Xianxia also struck out with his palm. His palm was as white as jade and was wrapped in a layer of black light. Bang! The two palms collided. Instantly, Lu Ming's expression changed. He felt a terrifying force surging toward him. Lu Ming's arm was in severe pain, and he retreated 100 miles. What powerful strength! Lu Ming was secretly amazed. He had already used 80% of his strength, but he couldn't block Xianxia's attack at all. He retreated quickly, but Xianxia didn't even move. Use your full strength, or you won't be my match. Xianxia smiled. It seems like I can only use my full strength. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. He pushed his path of domination to its limits. At the same time, he had already started to activate the battle character formula. Since he came here, Lu Ming had not stopped his comprehension. His understanding of the battle symbol art was getting deeper and deeper. The success rate of triggering the double combat strength of the battle symbol art had also increased. After a few moves, Lu Ming successfully triggered it and his combat strength soared. Buzz! Xianxia was like a black stream flight as he charged towards Lu Ming and struck out with his palm again. Lu Ming also struck out a palm. Boom! The two of them exchanged blows for the second time. An earth-shattering boom erupted in the sky, and the force spread in all directions. Then, a figure retreated rapidly. It was still Lu Ming. The strength. Lu Ming was really shocked. He had unleashed his full power and even activated the double combat power of the battle formula. With this level of combat power, he could easily kill an ordinary second-level Void G.O.D realm. However, he was still crushed by Xianxia, Kontanuk. Lu Ming's interest was piqued. He rushed towards Xianxia without any hesitation and unleashed his full strength. He and Xianxia exchanged blows and fought fiercely. 23. Chapter 25 82 3-star Heavenly Emperor. However, after exchanging more than a dozen moves with Xianxia, Lu Ming realized dejectedly that he was no match for Xianxia. He was completely crushed. Xianxia's divine power was strong, condensed, and indestructible. It was so powerful that it was unfathomable. I'm done. After exchanging more than 10 moves, Lu Ming retreated and decided not to fight anymore. You're not fighting? Then I'm going to take back what you took from me. In a flash, Xianxia appeared in front of Lu Ming and pressed his red lips against his. Lu Ming took the opportunity to wrap his arm around Xianxia's slender waist. He held Xianxia in his arms. His hands were already on the peaks of Xianxia's chest, and he was rubbing them wantonly. The two of them separated after a long while. You're really lucky. Xianxia blushed. We're already an old couple, yet you're still shy. Lu Ming smiled. Then they held hands and walked on the land. Little Qing, could it be that the Shen power you cultivate is divine-grade Shen power? Lu Ming asked. After being here for a few months, Lu Ming had looked for Tong Shi, Cr and borrowed some books to read. They were all common knowledge about the primeval universe. Lu Ming had a lot of general knowledge about the primeval universe, including cultivation. The divine power that the martial G.O.D realm cultivated was also divided into different levels. The Shen power that a normal person cultivated was just normal Shen power. The Shen power that some geniuses cultivated was very powerful and more condensed than normal Shen power. It had many different mysteries. This kind of Shen power was called King-grade Shen power. Above King-grade divine power, there was a higher grade of divine power called sacred-grade divine power. Those who could control sacred-grade divine power were all peerless geniuses who were 1 in a billion. Their combat power was shocking, and they could casually challenge those of higher levels. Lu Ming suspected that the divine power that Xianxia cultivated was divine-grade divine power. Of course, there was an even stronger divine power above the divine-grade divine power. It was the divine-grade divine power. Divine-grade divine power was even rarer. Every kind of divine-grade divine power had endless wondrous uses. Every person who could control divine-grade divine power was a genius among geniuses, unparalleled. For example, when Lu Ming entered the martial G.O.D realm, the path of domination would transform into the divine power of domination, which was a kind of divine-grade divine power. My cultivation technique and my physique are quite special. Below the martial G.O.D realm, it's the process of building the foundation, alter breaking through to the martial G.O.D realm. I will undergo a transformation and become stronger rapidly. I have sacred grade divine power now, but it will become stronger in the future. When the time comes, I might even surpass your divine power of a ruler. Xianxia explained with a smile. That's great. I'll be relying on you to protect me from now on. Lu Ming also smiled. The two of them chatted and laughed as they walked. After a while, they returned to their residence. After returning to his room, Lu Ming sat cross-legged. It's almost time for me to break through, Lu Ming muttered. After this period of cultivation, Lu Ming's cultivation level had already reached the peak of 2-star Heavenly Emperor. He could already break through to 3-star Heavenly Emperor. Lu Ming took out the remaining divine crystals he had and started cultivating. In his body, the power of the world and the power of domination were circulating rapidly. Lu Ming began to break through to the next realm. Bang! Bang! The divine crystals exploded and turned into divine qi, which was absorbed by Lu Ming. At the same time, the divine qi between heaven and earth surged towards Lu Ming. Boom! 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 The Dominator's energy and world energy in Lu Ming's body continued to grow stronger. However, the proportion of ruler's power in it was slowly increasing. Using divine crystals to break through was much faster than in the heaven realm. In just a few days, a powerful aura burst out from Lu Ming's body. His cultivation had broken through and he had reached the 3-star celestial emperor level. Eli's strength had also increased. With my current combat strength, if I activate the double combat strength of the battle formula, I should be able to fight against a 3rd-level Void D realm. Lu Ming speculated about his combat strength. When he was a 2-star heavenly emperor, his combat strength was still a little inferior to a 2nd-level Void D realm without activating the battle formula that doubled his combat strength. Was slightly inferior. This was because the gap between each stage of the Void D realm was even greater than that of the Heavenly Emperor realm. Now that he had broken through to the 3-star Heavenly Emperor realm, he was confident that he could fight or even defeat a 2nd-level Void D realm powerhouse without triggering the battle formula that doubled his combat strength. After using the double battle formula, he was confident that he could fight against a 3rd-level Void D realm. Of course, the opponents he was referring to were those who could control ordinary divine power. It was naturally difficult for those who could control king-grade divine power and above to do so. But I don't have many divine crystals left. Lu Ming sighed. He originally had 5,000 divine crystals. He had given 2,000 to Xianxia and Xianxia, so he only had 3,000 left. When he broke through to 3-star Heavenly Emperor, he had used more than 2,000 divine crystals, so he only had a few hundred divine crystals left. He instantly felt poor and under great pressure. He had a family to feed now. His son, granddaughter, parents, and disciples all needed resources for their cultivation. Right now, their cultivation was not particularly high. The supreme-grade raw stones and divine stones that he had left were enough. Moreover, the cultivation environment here was very good, so he didn't need any divine crystals for the time being. However, as his cultivation level increased, he would definitely need divine crystals in the future. Lu Ming had to prepare some divine crystals. Moreover, he needed a large number of divine crystals for his own cultivation. Otherwise, he would run out of resources for his next breakthrough. How do I carn some D crystals? Lu Ming could not help but think about this problem. Previously, when Xianxia and the others broke through, the ancestor of technique had already taken out 10,000 divine crystals. Naturally, he couldn't be thick-skinned and ask for divine crystals from the ancestor of technique now. The ancestor of technique was already good enough to them. Let's go out and take a look. Let's see if the righteous army has any missions that can carn divine crystals. At the thought of this, Lu Ming walked out of the room and flew in the direction of the righteous divine army. Lu Ming had just arrived at the righteous army when he heard someone calling him. Miss Shi. Lu Ming revealed a smile. Lu Ming, why are you free to come to the righteous army today? Tong Shi said with a smile. I'm here to see if the righteous army has any missions that can earn me some divine crystals. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. To carn D crystals? Why don't we go to the Myriad Gold Star? We can hunt the desolate beasts on the Myriad Gold Star and get their beast cores. We can sell them for quite a lot of divine crystals. Tong Shi said. Myriad Gold Star, how do I get there? Lu Ming asked. I'm also going to the Myriad Gold Star to hunt dire beasts. Let's go together, but we're short on people. I wanted to go to the Righteous Army Mission Hall and find a few more people. Tong Shi said. I'll go find 2 people. Lu Ming said. He thought of Xianxia and Xianxia. Sure, I'll go rent an interstellar warship. We'll meet here tomorrow. Tong Shi said. 22. Chapter 2583 Myriad Gold Star, Rent an Interplanetary Warship? Lu Ming was stunned. That's right. Myriad Gold Star is not a planet occupied by our righteous sky army. This planet is very special. It is completely made of all kinds of metals. The desolate beasts on it are also made of metal. This planet is not occupied by any forces. Many people from the forces can go and hunt desolate beasts. That's why our Jingtian army doesn't have a teleportation array that leads directly to the Myriad Gold Star. We can only teleport to the closest location to the Myriad Gold Star and then fly there on an interplanetary warship, Tong Shi explained. Then, the cost of renting an interstellar warship must be quite high. Lu Ming said. One rent will cost 1,000 divine crystals. Tong Shi said. 1,000 divine crystals. Lu Ming was shocked. The price was shockingly high. It can't be helped. The starry sky battleships are too precious. Our righteous heaven army only has a dozen of them, and they're all of the lowest grade. They can't fly too far. They can only fly for a year in sea. Any further and they won't be able to. Besides, after every CE flight, the starship needs to be maintained. It's expensive, of course. It said that some major forces have higher-grade starry sky battleships. The rental fee is even more shocking. However, those starry sky battleships are not only faster, but they can also fly for a longer time and a longer distance in the universe. Tong Shi explained. Lu Ming sighed secretly. It seemed that he did not know enough about the common knowledge of the primeval universe. Miss Shi, can you pay for the rent of the starship first? I'll pay you back when I earn some divine crystals. Lu Ming blushed. He was really poor and could not afford to fork out so many divine crystals. Fine. Tong Shi smiled and bade Lu Ming farewell. Lu Ming returned to his residence and looked for Xian Yanging. He told him about this and Xian Yanxing agreed. Then, the two of them went to find Xian Yanjuan. All right, I'll go with you. Xian Yanjuan agreed without hesitation. As a matter of fact, Xian Yanjuan was also severely lacking divine crystals for cultivation. It was just what she wanted to earn divine crystals by hunting wild beasts. In the blink of an eye, it was the next day. Lu Ming, Xian Yanxing, and Xian Yanjuan arrived at the place where they had agreed tea yesterday. Tong Shi was already waiting there. What beautiful women! Tong Shi looked at Xian Yanxing and Xian Yanjuan, her eyes filled with surprise. Let's go, meet with Tong Shi. Tong Shi left first, and soon they arrived at the SPC teleportation formation of the righteous army. The teleportation array in the primal universe looked similar to the teleportation array in the heaven realm and the primordial realm. After they stepped into the teleportation array, they felt the world spin around them, and they disappeared from the teleportation array. The journey to Myriad Gold Star was not short. They had to change to another teleportation array on the way to the nearest planet to Myriad Gold Star, Tianguang Planet. After 3 transfers, they arrived at Tianguang Planet. Tianguang Planet was the closest planet to Myriad Gold Planet among the planets that the Righteous Heaven Army had occupied. After arriving at Tianguang Planet, Tong Shi took out the Starry Sky battleship. After the 4 of them entered the battleship, the Starry Sky battleship broke through the sky and flew towards Myriad Gold Planet. The Starry Sky battleship would take a month to reach the Myriad Gold Star, so the 4 of them cultivated while waiting. A month later, a huge planet appeared in front of them. In terms of size, this planet was far smaller than the true Heaven Star and the Underworld Star, but it was very special. From a distance, it looked like a huge gem suspended in the starry sky, shining brightly. According to Tong Shi's introduction, most of the materials on Myriad Gold Star were all kinds of strange metals. Even the living beings on it were not made of flesh and blood, but were made of metal. The desolate beasts above were the same, and the beast cores that were condensed in the bodies of these desolate beasts became a very precious material for refining weapons. The higher the grade and cultivation of the desolate beast, the more precious and expensive the beast core condensed by it was. And NBSP this attracted many experts to come and kill desolate beasts to obtain their beast cores. Boom, boom, boom. The interplanetary warship entered the atmosphere of the Myriad Gold Star and rubbed against the atmosphere, making loud rumbling sounds. At this moment, the 4 of them exited the interplanetary warship and stood high in the sky. The Starry Sky battleship quickly shrank and was put away by Tong Shi. Let's go down. It was not Tong Xier's first time here, so she was the first to fly down. Below him was a boundless forest. As expected, they are all made of metal. As they neared the forest, Lu Ming was secretly amazed. The trees and vegetation here were all made of strange metals. Lu Ming saw iron trees, silver flowers, and golden fruits. Of course, these ordinary metals were of no use to them, so they didn't care. The world is full of wonders. Lu Ming sighed. The greater world in the primeval universe was indeed more wonderful than the lesser world. An entire planet was made of all kinds of metals. The plants and living beings were all made of metal. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would have found it hard to believe. Legend had it that in the vast universe, there were many more wonderful planks, some of which were beyond imagination. As they neared the forest, Tong Xier's speed decreased. We have to be careful on the myriad gold star. Not only are the wild beasts dangerous, but the experts from other forces are even more dangerous. Tong Xier said. Lu Ming nodded. He understood that many forces would come here to hunt dire beasts. There were probably many powerful people on this myriad gold star. It was normal for these powerful people from different forces to hunt people from other forces for their beast cores. The four of them landed in the forest, concealed their auras, and slowly ran forward. Suddenly, a roar came from the front, and then a silver light flashed. They saw a huge figure rushing towards them. Ret real. The four of them quickly retreated. Boom. The earth rumbled and the metal on the ground exploded and splattered. A huge creature appeared at the spot where Lu Ming and the rest had been standing. It was a giant ape, more than 30 meters tall. Its body was silver-white as if it was cast from silver. Even the hair on its skin was like silver needles. The giant silver ape roared angrily. Its silver eyes emitted a cold glint as it charged toward Lu Ming and the others. Its huge fist, which was the size of a small house, smashed toward Lu Ming and the others, bringing with it a terrifying whistling sound. "I'll fight him." Lu Ming rushed over, circulated the ruler's power, and threw a punch. Thump. A dull boom was heard. Lu Ming felt a terrifying force surging towards him, and he could not help but retreat. However, the giant ape also took a few steps back, causing the ground to crack. What terrifying power! What a hard fist! Lu Ming's eyes flashed. 3 pounds. Chapter 2584 Metallic Life Form. This giant ape was astonishingly powerful, and its entire body was made of metal. It was extremely strong and immortal. Whether it was in terms of defense or strength, it was extremely terrifying. "It's Serpa," said other creatures of the same level. This giant ape had a cultivation base of second-level Void D realm. However, its ability was so powerful. Serpa, said the other second-level Void D realm powerhouses that Lu Ming had encountered before. That roar. The giant ape retreated and let out a furious roar before charging at Lu Ming again. Kill! Lu Ming took out his divine weapon sword and charged at the giant ape. Clang, clang. Lu Ming's combat sword kept clashing with the silver giant ape. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged more than 10 moves. Sparks flew everywhere where they collided. In the end, the giant silver ape was not Lu Ming's match. Even if Lu Ming did not activate the double combat strength of the battle formula, he could still suppress the giant silver ape with the additional combat strength of the battle formula, the cultivation base of a 3-star celestial, the arch, and his physical strength. The giant silver ape kept retreating. Xianxia, Xianxia, and Tong Xi did not make a move. They formed an encirclement and stood at the side to be on guard, afraid that other strong pract 1. Toniers or desolate beasts would attack them. Clang, clang, clang. Lu Ming and the silver giant ape exchanged dozens of moves in a row. Finally, Lu Ming seized the opportunity and cut off the ape's head. Lu Ming heaved a long sigh of relief. This silver giant ape was really hard to kill. Fortunately, This silver ape doesn't have much intelligence. Otherwise, it would be even more difficult to deal with. Lu Ming sighed. It's said that there are intelligent metal life forms in the primeval universe. They're an extremely powerful race and are ranked among the top among the countless races in the primeval universe. Tong Shi said. There really is a metallic life form with intelligence. Lu Ming was secretly amazed. Then, Lu Ming broke open the chest of the giant silver ape and took out a round piece of metal. This was the giant silver APC's beast core. A second-level void D realm metal beast core could be sold for 10 divine crystals. An ordinary first-level virtual D level metal beast core was worth 5 divine crystals. A second-level virtual D level 1 was worth 10 divine crystals, and a third-level virtual D level 1 was worth 20 divine crystals. As the beast core's grade increased, its value also continued to double. As long as he could kill 100 second-level virtual D level wild beasts, he would be able to get back the rent of the Starry Sky battleship. The rest would be his profit. Let's gather the beast cores first. Well, split them equally, Lu Ming suggested. All right, Tong Shi nodded. Then, everyone continued to move forward. Not long after they left, 2 figures flashed and 2 middle-aged men appeared in the air. It's Tong Shi, Seer, the heaven's pride of the Jingtian army, Tong Shi Seer. Haha, I didn't expect Tong Shi to dare to come here, and there are 2 other girls. Be more serious. Let's go back and report to His Excellency. Ask him to send experts to capture these people and play with them for a while before killing them. Let's go. With a flash, the 2 middle-aged men disappeared. Lu Ming and the group continued to move forward. After a while, they encountered a first-tier virtual D level metal desolate beast, which was easily killed by Tong Shi. Lu Ming could tell that Tong Shi's cultivation had reached the peak of first-level void D realm and was not far from the second-level void D realm. Moreover, her battle prowess was extremely shocking, far surpassing experts of the same level. Back then, when Lu Ming was a 2-star heavenly emperor, he had activated the battle character formula to double his combat power, but he had only managed to tie with Tong Shi. Now, Lu Ming knew that the divine power Long Shi controlled was king-grade divine power. She was a genius. Roar. As they went deeper into the forest, they encountered more and more metallic desolate beasts. However, most of them were at the first or second level of the void D realm. As long as there weren't many of them, they would be easily dealt with. Not long after, they had already killed 15 first-level virtual D level wild beasts and 5 second-level virtual D level metal wild beasts. Thump. Room. Suddenly, the ground trembled, and a few giant wolves with bodies as black as ink ran out from a canyon in front of them. This giant wolf's entire body seemed to be made of black iron. It was 10 meters tall and 20 meters long, and it emitted a terrifying aura. Not good. There are 2 third-level void D realm existences. Tong Shi's expression changed drastically. There were a total of 4 giant wolves. 2 of them were at the 3rd level of the void D realm, and the other 2 were at the 2nd level of the void D realm. Let's quickly retreat and rush out. Tong Shi shouted. If there was only one at the 3rd level of the void D realm, they could still fight it out if they joined forces. However, there were 2 at the 3rd level of the void D realm and 2 at the 2nd level of the void D realm. They were in danger. No need, it's a good time to fight. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. He hadn't used his full strength yet. Moreover, he was very clear about Xianxia's combat strength. 2 was no problem for him to deal with a 3rd level void D realm. In addition, Xianxia's strength was definitely not weaker than Xianxia's. A battle? Lu Ming, don't tell me you have a breakthrough. Tong Shi was stunned. Not bad. Lu Ming nodded. All right then, let's have a battle. Tong Shi gritted her teeth and said. Back then, before Lu Ming had broken through, his combat strength was already on par with hers. Now that he had broken through, it should not be a problem for him to deal with a third-level virtual D-level giant. Wolf. If she used all her strength to tie down a giant wolf, she might be able to fight it. However, as soon as she finished speaking, Xianyanjuan dashed out toward a third-tier virtual D-level wolf. Not good. Tong Shi-er's expression changed. She felt that Xianyanjuan was too impulsive. Xianyanjuan's cultivation was only at first-level ethereal D realm. No matter how strong he was at most about the same level as her. It was too dangerous to rush out like this. However, before she could stop him, Xianyanjuan had already made his move. Holy light emanated from her body as she clenched her fist in the air. A holy sword of light formed and then slashed down. A third-tier virtual D-level giant wolf howled and pounced at Xianyanjuan. Its giant claws swiped down, creating a terrifying hurricane. However, when Xianyanjuan's sword light collided with the huge wave's claw, the result was unexpected. Bang! The giant wall wailed and retreated. A deep sword mark appeared on its metal claw, almost cutting off its entire claw. So strong? Tong Shi was dumbfounded. Buzz! Xianyanjuan gained the upper hand one move. He moved and attacked the wolf again. His sword glowed and he slashed out 12 times in an instant. Each strike was faster and stronger than the last. The wall was forced to retreat and its metal body was left with deep sword marks. The other 3 wolves roared and pounced on Xianyanjuan. Xianyanqing moved his body and charged towards another third-level void D-realm giant wolf. He waved his palm and forced the giant wall to retreat. Attack, die! Lu Ming shouted. His body flashed and he charged out, killing the 2 second-level void D-level giant wolves. Tong Shi seemed to wake up from a dream and also charged out. Xianyanjuan and Xianyang's combat strength completely suppressed the giant wolves at the 3rd level of the void D realm. They killed the 2 giant wolves in just a few moves. IND 23. Chapter 25. 85 people from the Yuanluo Palace after Xianyanqing and Xianyanjuan killed the 2 third-level virtual D-level giant wolves, they swayed their bodies and slashed their long swords across the sky. The 2 second-level virtual D-level giant wolves that were fighting Lu Ming and the others were also cut in half. This battle strength. He's actually this strong? Tong Shi looked at Xianyanqing and Xianyanjuan with shock in her eyes. Xianyanqing and Xianyanjuan were only at ethereal D realm level 1, which was the same as her. She thought that they could be strong, but now she realized that she was wrong. She estimated that Xianyanqing or Xianyanjuan's combat strength was enough to fight a 4th-level void D realm existence. He was only at the 1st level of the void D realm, but he could fight against a 4th-level void D realm martial artist. Sacred grade divine power. They must have mastered the sacred grade divine power. Tong Shi was amazed. At the same time, she sighed. Lao Ming was already abnormal enough. She did not expect that the people around him were also abnormal. Lu Ming smiled. With Xianyanging and Xianyanjuan helping him, he was happy to have an easy time. Then, they took out the beast cores of the 4 giant wolves. They were worth 60 divine crystals, which was quite a lot. After taking out the beast core, they continued to move forward. There weren't any strong wild castes in the forest. After walking for a while, they didn't encounter any beasts above 4th-level void D realm. The strongest beasts they encountered were only at 3rd-level void D realm. With Xianyanqing and Xianyanjuan around, he and Tong Shi had an easy time. Little Qing and Xianyanjuan's combat skills are amazing. Along the way, even Lu Ming was secretly sighing. Lu Ming himself was considered a natural combat genius. His combat awareness was very strong, but he was still not as good as Xianyanqing and Xianyanjuan. The battle techniques of the two were perfect, and they could defeat the enemy with the least amount of strength. Even if his Shen power was about the same as the two of them, he would not be their match. Lu Ming guessed that this might be related to their experience in their previous lives. As time went by, their harvest was getting bigger and bigger. They were about to earn back the 1,000 divine crystals they had borrowed from the Starry Sky battleship. The extra was a net profit. Just as Lu Ming and the group were hunting the dire beasts, there was a mountain peak some distance away from them. Some people were gathered on one of the peaks. These people had all concealed their auras and were very careful. The two burly men who had discovered Lu Ming's tracks earlier appeared on the mountain peak and reported to a bald burly man. What? Tong Xia from the righteous army has come to the myriad gold star. The bald man's eyes were filled with a cold light. That's right. Moreover, they only sent for people. One of them replied. For people? What's their cultivation level? The bald man asked. Tong Xia's cultivation is still at the first level of the Void D realm. There are two other women who are also at the first level of the Void D realm. The man has the ability to kill a second-level Void D realm. One of them bowed and reported. They're all at the first level of the Void D realm. Good. This time, we'll capture Tong Xia and give her to young master to play with. We'll also capture the other two women and let us enjoy ourselves. As for the man, well, just kill him. Righteous army, you'll die sooner or later if you dare to go against the Yuan Luo Palace. The bald man sneered. These people were from the Yuan Luo Palace. The three of you are all at the third level of the Void D realm. You're more than enough to deal with Tong Xia and the others. Go and bring them here. The bald man ordered 3 of the brawny men in black armor. Yes. The 3 black-armored men cupped their fists. Wait a moment. Suddenly, the bald man shouted, in order to be foolproof, Old Man Xiao, you go with them. All right, that's fine too. An old man with a face full of wrinkles chuckled. Although he felt that 3 third-level Void D realm existences were more than enough to deal with a few juniors, he was a 4th-level Void D realm existence. However, the bald burly man was at the 5th level of the Void D realm. He was the strongest among them, so he couldn't reject him directly. Old Man Xiao and the 3 black-armored men flashed and left. The bald man's eyes looked at the bottom of a cliff in front of him. At the bottom of the cliff, there was a cave. From time to time, there would be golden light bursting out. Near the cave, there was a bird's nest, and in the bird's nest, there was a giant metal eagle. When the bald man looked at the cave, his eyes were burning, but when he saw the giant eagle, his expression became serious. Treasure, treasure, I must get it. The greed in the bald man's eyes became even stronger. They were from the Yuan Luo Palace. Not long ago, they had joined forces to come to the Myriad Gold Star to hunt dire beasts and obtain their beast cores. However, 2 days ago, a few people from the Yuan Luo Palace accidentally entered the cave and found a treasure. It was a metal ball with spirituality. When they were about to take the metal ball away, the giant metal eagle appeared and killed a few of them. Only one person managed to escape and report the news to him. His heart immediately burned with excitement. A metal ball with intelligence must be a rare treasure. He immediately brought people over, but he stopped when he saw the giant metal eagle. Although he had the cultivation base of a 5th-level ethereal D realm expert, that giant metal eagle was a 7th-level ethereal D realm expert. If they charged at it, they would definitely die. So, he and his men stayed here to wait for the metal eagle to leave. They wanted to enter the cave and take the spiritual metal ball. After that, he heard news from Tong Xia, Lu Ming, and the rest. Naturally, Lu Ming and the rest had no idea about all this. They went deep into the mountain forest and hunted desolate beasts, their harvest getting bigger and bigger. They all smiled. At this rate, they would only need to hunt for a while on the Myriad Gold Star to earn about 10,000 divine crystals catch. Who is it? Just as they were walking through the forest, looking for wild beasts to kill, Xianxia suddenly looked in a certain direction. Following that, Lu Ming and Xianxia's gazes also shifted in that direction. Little girl, your spiritual sense is quite sharp. A sneer was heard. Then, 4 figures flashed in that direction and appeared. These 4 people were Old Man Xiao from the Yuanluo Palace and the 3 strong men in black armor. You guys? They are from the Yuanluo Palace. Tong Shi-er's expression suddenly changed. Not bad? Old Man Xiao laughed coldly. I's long and narrow eyes swept across Tong Shi-er, Xianxia, and Xianxia. When his eyes swept over Xianxia and Xianxia, his eyes were burning with a fiery flame. Tong Shi-er, young Master Kong Long really misses you. If I take you down and present you to the young master will definitely reward you handsomely, hee. Old Man Xiao licked his lips, and a powerful aura emanated from his body. 4th level Void G. Oh, D realm. Tong Shi-er's face turned pale. 22. Chapter 2586 Kill them all. Old Man Xiao's body exuded a powerful aura of a 4th level Void G. D realm. At the same time, the 3 burly men in black armor also exuded auras of a 3rd level Void G. D realm. The terrifying aura was like a violent hurricane, pressing towards Lu Ming and the rest. Leave this old man to me. At this moment, Xianxia spoke, a look of disgust flashing across her eyes. Just now, when Old Man Xiao looked at her with that kind of gaze, she already had the thought of killing him. With a wave of his hand, Xianxia broke through Old Man Xiao's aura suppression and walked toward him. Old Man Xiao's eyes narrowed slightly. To be able to break through his aura so easily, it was not easy. Little girl, since you're in such a hurry, I'll fulfill your wish, hee. Old Man Xiao laughed sinisterly. He reached out with his withered hand and a huge black hand appeared, grabbing towards Xianxia. Xianxia's band was filled with holy light, which turned into a sword of holy light. With a slash, it cut Old Man Xiao's hand in half. Then, the long sword trembled and turned into sword shadows, shrouding Old Man Xiao. Old Man Xiao was shocked. Xianxia's strength was far beyond his imagination. It was not the combat strength of a 1st-tier Void G. D realm. The divine power in his body burst out as a dragon-headed walking stick appeared in his hand. He attacked Xianxia like a storm. However, Xianxia's long sword trembled, and sword shadows emerged one after another. In an instant, hundreds of sword shadows appeared and slashed at Old Man Xiao from all directions. Each sword seemed to cut at Old Man Xiao's flaws. Old Man Xiao's attack had just burst out, but before it was even halfway out, it was extinguished. He could only retreat to block. Xianxia followed him, and his sword light expanded again, enveloping his opponent. And it? Old Man Xiao roared. He was so aggrieved that he almost vomited blood. His divine power was definitely not weaker than Xianxia's, but he was completely suppressed by Xianxia in the battle. Xianxia's sword light had completely controlled the situation and the rhythm. He couldn't use his full strength at all. He had never encountered such a situation before. He was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. This level of control. Tong Shi-er was even more amazed. Xianxia's control was so strong that he had the entire battle under control. The strength of her Shin power was similar to Old Man Xiao, but in the battle, the situation was one-sided. This was the result of battle techniques and experience. Only with great power could one achieve this. Xianxia looked to be about the same age as her, but he was able to control the rhythm of the battle so well that she couldn't help but be amazed. All of you, attack together and kill her, kill her. Old Man Xiao bellowed and called the 3 black-armored brawny men to attack. A long spear appeared in each of the 3 black-armored men's hands. They circulated their divine power and charged at Xianxia. Your opponent is me, Xianxia said coldly. His figure flashed and he rushed out. The sword in his hand slashed violently and enveloped the 3 black-armored men. Clang clang, clang. After 3 consecutive collisions, the 3 black-armored brawny men were forced back. "Little Qing, leave one for me." Lu Ming also rushed out and continuously cast the battle character formula. Boom. The double combat power of the battle character formula was activated. Lu Ming's combat strength increased sharply. He took out a divine weapon sword and slashed at one of the burly men in black armor. Ever since Lu Ming's cultivation had broken through, he had not gone all out in the battle. It was a good time for him to spar with the strong man in black armor. Xianxia retracted his sword and gave Lu Ming a strong man in black armor. Clang. Lu Ming's combat sword slashed at the burly man in black armor. There was a loud boom and both of them swayed. 3rd level Void G. Oh, D realm is indeed powerful. Again. Lu Ming took a step forward and rushed forward again, launching a storm-like attack. Clang, clang. Lu Ming and the burly man in black armor were engaged in an intense battle. On the other hand, it was a one-sided battle between Xianxia and the other two. Xianxia's combat strength wasn't much weaker than Xianxia's, so it was easy for him to deal with 2 3rd-level Void G. Oh, D-realm cultivators. Tong's Seer stood at the side in a daze. She realized that she couldn't interfere in such a battle at all, and there was no need for her to intervene. After a few dozen moves, the 2 black-armored men were killed, and blood splattered everywhere. How is that possible? How did this happen? Old Man Xiao's heart trembled. He simply couldn't believe it. Lu Ming's cultivation realm was similar to the information he had received previously. However, their combat strength was completely unrelated to their cultivation realm. It was too terrifying. A 1st-level ethereal G. Oh, D-realm expert could actually suppress him. Sacred-grade divine power. Peerless genius. Retreat. Retreat. Old Man Xiao was terrified. Al wanted to run away, but he realized that he couldn't escape from Xianxia's swordlight. He panicked and became even more vulnerable. Not long after, Xianxia's sword left a deep wound on his body, almost cutting him in half. Xianxia's terrifying divine power was running around in his body, making Old Man Xiao vomit blood and weaken even more. As such, he was even less of a match for Xianxia. Within 2 moves, Old Man Xiao's eyes were cut off by Xianxia's sword light. Ah! Old Man Xiao screamed and attacked crazily. "Old man, he'll send you on your way," Xianxia said coldly. The sword light slashed again, and the next moment, Old Man Xiao's head flew off. A 4th-level Void G. Oh, D-realm existence had been killed. Old Man Xiao's eyes were wide open. He died with his eyes wide open. I'll never thought that he, a dignified 4th-level Void G. Oh, D-realm existence, would actually die at the hands of a 1st-level Void G. Oh, D-realm, the brawny man who was fighting with Lu Ming was almost scared to death when he saw that the others were killed. He panicked and Lu Ming seized the opportunity to kill him with one slash. At this point, the 4 experts of the Yuanluo Palace had all been killed. My cultivation is still too weak. Lu Ming sighed. Lu Ming's weakness was his cultivation. He was only a 3-star heavenly emperor now. If he broke through to the Void G realm, it would be a piece of cake for him to kill these clowns. The few of them kept the storage rings of Old Man Xiao and the other 3. It seems like the Yuanluo Palace also has people on the Myriad Gold Star. I guess these 4 are only a part of them. Tong Shi said with a serious expression. Let's leave this place first. Be careful in our future actions. Lu Ming said. In a flash, the 4 of them left the place. After that, they did not hunt any wild beasts. They ran for more than 100,000 miles before stopping and continuing to search for wild beasts to hunt. In the blink of an eye, another day passed, and they arrived at a mountain area. Why aren't there any dire beasts in this area? Tong Shi said in a low voice. Lu Ming, Xianxia, and Xianxia nodded. They had patrolled the area earlier and had not encountered any dire beasts. This area was very quiet. 3 pounds. Chapter 2587, be an Oriole, this area can't be the territory of some powerful dire beast, right? Xianxia suddenly said. Lu Ming and Tong Xi'er's expressions changed. This was very likely. Many powerful desolate beasts had the concept of territories. Some powerful desolate beasts would occupy a region. Within this region, other desolate beasts would not dare to stay. We have to be careful, Lu Ming said in a low voice. Immediately, they retracted their auras and wanted to leave this place in the direction they came from. There are many creatures on that mountain, and they aren't metal, but flesh and blood. At this moment, Xianxia looked at a mountain peak not far away. A living being with flesh and blood means that they are like us, outsiders. Lu Ming said. He didn't doubt Ziknianjin's senses. Xianxia had completely awakened the memories of her past life. Her methods were simply unfathomable. Let's go take a look, Xianxia suggested. The group nodded and carefully made their way to the other mountain peak. Not long after, they ascended another mountain peak, found a hidden place, and looked ahead. They immediately saw a group of living beings. There were about 20 people, and among them, there were creatures with a single horn and snake people with scales on their skin. There were at least 6 or 7 races among the 20 people. Some of them were wearing black battle armor, which was exactly the same as the 3 black-armored brawny men they had met before. The people from the Yuanluo Palace. Tong Xia muttered. Lu Ming, Xianxia, and Xianxin's eyes glinted coldly. They realized that the people from the Yuanluo Hall were also very careful. They hid in the dark and looked in other directions. They did not notice Lu Ming's group at all. They followed the direction of the Yuanluo Palace's gaze and saw a giant metal eagle at the bottom of a cliff. In addition, there was also a cave. From time to time, golden light would spread out from the cave. Could it be that there's a treasure in that cave? Lu Ming and the few of them were smart people. Upon seeing this situation, they thought about it and understood the general situation. It was obvious that there were treasures in the cave. However, there was a terrifying giant metal eagle guarding the cave. The people from the Yuanluo Palace didn't dare to make a move. They were hiding there, waiting for the giant metal eagle to leave. Then let's be the Oriole. Lu Ming revealed a smile and the others nodded. After that, they also started to wait here. Time flew by and 3 days passed. Said Buzz and NBSP whoosh. At this time, the giant metal eagle cried out. It had been lying on the ground all this time, but now it stood up and looked around with its cold eyes. Then, it flapped its wings and soared into the sky. Lu Ming and the rest quickly hid in the dark. They did not even dare to breathe loudly. This giant metal eagle was definitely extremely terrifying. If he was discovered, he would be finished. Soon, the metal eagle soared into the sky and flew into the distance, disappearing in the blink of an eye. At this moment, the people of the Yuanluo Palace turned into streaks of light and rushed toward the broken cliff. What should we do? Tong Xia looked at Lu Ming and the other two. There were many experts in the Yuanluo Palace. No matter how strong Xianxia and Xianxia were, they wouldn't be a match for them. Kill with a borrowed knife. No, kill with a borrowed bird. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Tong Xia's eyes lit up. At this moment, more than 20 people from the Yuanluo Palace had already rushed to the bottom of the cliff. They left a few people to guard the entrance of the cave while the others rushed into the cave. You guys wait for me here. Lu Ming left the mountain peak in a flash. After he descended, he took out a combat sword and injected his ruler's power into it. Buzz! A shocking sword light shot up into the sky and pierced through the firmament. It could be seen from far and away. Then, the sword ray slashed towards the cave. Deep in it. The few people guarding outside the cave were instantly enraged. They all moved to block the sword ray. Boom, boom, boom. The energy was unrestrained, and the sword chi soared to the sky. Alter Lu Ming slashed, he turned and left. His goal was not to deal with the people from the Yuanluo Palace, but to create a commotion and lure the giant eagle back. Now that he had achieved his goal, he naturally slipped away. Buzz! In the distance, a deafening cry resounded through the firmament. The giant metal eagle had obviously seen the sword light and returned at top speed. And furious roars came from the cave, and the people from the Yuan Luo palace rushed out of the cave. The leader, the bald man, roared in anger. Who is it? A cold, killing intent burst out from the bald man's body as he looked at the guards. It's a young man, one of them said. Buzz. An ear-piercing screech was heard. In the distance, a black dot appeared. The giant eagle had returned. Let's go! The bald man roared and ran away. Al was furious. He had just entered the cave and had not even gotten his hands on the treasure when he was alarmed by the return of the giant eagle. Now, he could only escape. More than 20 experts from the Yuan Luo palace were running for their lives. Buzz. The ear-piercing sound was getting closer and closer. The giant metal eagle was too fast. Its wingspan was 100 meters wide. Like a flash of lightning, it chased after the people from the Yuan Luo palace. In the distance, a shrill scream and an angry roar could be heard. Let's go! Lu Ming and the other three seized the opportunity and rushed toward the cave. They didn't have much time, and they had to seize the opportunity to take the treasure in the cave and leave. If they waited for the giant eagle to return, they would be in danger. Like 4 streams of light, they rushed to the entrance of the cave. Without any hesitation, they rushed in. Inside the cave, there was a pass, sage that was 100 meters long. They rushed through the pass, sage and appeared in a huge cave. When they rushed into the cave, they were stunned. The cave was filled with all kinds of metals of different colors, which were bright and resplendent. Moreover, many of the metals were shaped like plants, and metal flowers bloomed. But other than that, there was nothing else. All of a sudden, Lu Ming noticed that one of the walls was slightly different. There was a spot that had a different color from the wall. Lu Ming walked over. When Lu Ming walked over, the different color on the wall actually started to wriggle. It was actually a pool of liquid metal. It did not move at all earlier, but it only started to move when Lu Ming walked in. The liquid metal was shining and wriggling quickly. It turned into a metal ball and flew in another direction. A metal ball? The 4 of them were very surprised. Could it be that the treasure was this metal ball? Catch it? The 4 of them didn't hesitate and attacked. They charged at the metal ball from 4 directions. 22-23. Chapter 2587 Sentient Metal Ball Buzz. Buzz. The metal ball was astonishingly fast. It was like a bolt of golden lightning, flying around the cave. The 4 of them were unable to stop it. Stay here. Lu Ming cast the way of domination, enveloping the area and grabbing at the metal ball. The metal ball seemed to be a little afraid. In a flash, it quickly retreated. Xianxia was on the other side. She reached out and was about to grab the metal ball. However, the metal ball suddenly expanded and turned into a huge ball with a diameter of several meters. It collided with Xianxia's palm. With a loud boom, Xianxia's body trembled and he was forced to retreat. What shocking strength! Everyone's heart shook. Although Xianxia's cultivation base was only at the first level of the Void G. D realm, her divine power was strong enough to fight against a 4th level Void G. D realm powerhouse. However, she was still knocked back by the metal ball. However, the metal ball was also pushed back by Xianxia and rushed towards Tong Shi Ti. Tong Shi Air's expression changed. She did not have Xianxia's strength. A long sword appeared in her hand, and she stabbed at the metal ball. However, a shocking scene appeared at that moment. A huge mouth suddenly appeared on the smooth surface of the metal ball. The golden metal formed fangs, and when it opened its mouth, it bit towards Tong Shi Air's sword. With a crack, Tong Shi Air's long sword was directly bitten in half. The front part was swallowed by the metal ball, and it began to eat it with a ka-bang sound. Lu Ming and the few of them looked at each other. Tong Shi Air's longsword was a divine artifact. Although it was only a level 1 low-grade divine artifact, it was still extremely hard. Now, it had actually been bitten off by the metal ball and was even eating it. This metal ball, how could it be so abnormal? What made them even more speechless was that at this moment, a pair of eyes had actually appeared on the metal ball's mouth. The eyes were squinted, and it seemed to be enjoying it very much. A lump of metal with intelligence. The same thought flashed through their minds. A treasure, this was definitely a treasure. A lump of metal that actually had intelligence was definitely extraordinary. Buzzard. Everyone moved again, pouncing towards the metal ball. However, this metal ball was very slippery and smart. It seemed to have noticed that Tong Shi-er's combat strength was the weakest among the four, and it directly rushed towards her. Tong Shi-er no longer dared to take out her divine weapon to attack. She could only circulate her divine power and wrap it around the metal ball. However, the power of the metal ball was extremely shocking. With one hit, it knocked away Tong Shi-er's divine power. Tong Shi-er's delicate body trembled, and she was also sent flying, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Her strength was not enough to resist this metal ball. However, Lu Ming arrived just in time. With a wave of his hand, the power of domination formed a huge hand and grabbed the metal ball. The metal ball seemed to be extremely afraid of the ruler's power. Its eyes were filled with fear, and it quickly retreated. Lu Ming, this metal ball seems to be afraid of your dominator's power. They'll trap it and you grab it. Xianxia shouted. His body was covered in black light. Black lotuses appeared one after another and pressed toward the metal ball. On the other side, Xianxia also attacked with all his might. Snow-white lotus flowers appeared and pressed down on the metal ball. Buzz! The metal ball rushed towards Xianxia and collided with the black lotus. Bang! Bang! The lotus flowers kept exploding. However, after they exploded, more lotus flowers appeared. The metal ball was directly blocked. Lu Ming rushed over and grabbed with both hands. His dominator's power formed a large net and enveloped the metal ball. The metal ball was directly enveloped by the ruler's powers NCT. It tried to break free from the net, but strangely, it couldn't break free. Lu Ming began to shrink the dominator's power and the big net became smaller. In the end, the metal ball became well-behaved and stayed there without moving. Finally, Lu Ming grabbed the metal ball in his hand. It's so heavy! When Lu Ming grabbed the metal ball, he almost dropped it on the ground. This was extremely shocking. Although all matter in the primeval universe could not be compared to the heaven realm and the primordial realm, and its mass was many times greater, Lu Ming almost lost his grip on this metal ball. Its weight was estimated to be several mountains heavier. Just as Lu Ming was about to take a closer look, a sharp spike suddenly emerged from the metal ball. This spike was extremely sharp. It pierced through the power of domination that Lu Ming had covered his hand with and his skin. A stream of blood flowed onto the metal ball. Lu Ming was shocked and almost threw the metal ball away. Fortunately, the metal ball did not continue to move. The stream of blood seeped into the metal ball and disappeared. A dark red light flashed on the surface of the metal ball. At this moment, Lu Ming actually felt that the metal ball had become lighter, as if it had no weight at all. Lu Ming was a little stunned. Lu Ming, it seems that you're fated with it and it has recognized you as its master. Xianxia said as he walked over. There was a hint of envy in his eyes. There were not many things that could make Xianxia envious. You've recognized me as your master? Lu Ming was also in a daze. If I'm not wrong, this should be a kind of metal life form born from the origin of the world. This kind of metal life form is rare even in the vast primal universe. It's very precious. Now that it has recognized you as its master, it means that it's fated with you. If you train it well in the future, it might be a great help to you. Xianxia said. On the side, Xianxia revealed a happy expression. Tong Shi-er looked envious. However, she did not help much this time. Others who captured the metal ball. She could not say anything. Let's go, we need to leave this place. Lu Ming said. Was Lu Ming, Xianxia, and that they didn't have much time and couldn't delay any longer. If that giant eagle returned, they would be in trouble. Immediately, they rushed out of the cave and ran in the opposite direction of the Origin Luo Palace. Soon they disappeared from the cave. Not long after Lu Ming and the rest had left, a piercing screech was heard. The wind whistled and the giant metal eagle had returned. It landed at the entrance of the cave and seemed to sense something. Then, it let out an angry cry. Buzz. WD. Bawa. The giant metal eagle seemed to have gone mad. It flapped its wings and slashed at everything it touched, be it metal plants or metal ground. Everything exploded and turned into pieces. Buzz. Then, it soared into the sky and then dove down again, wreaking havoc on the ground. A 7th level Void G. Oh. D Realm Metal Eagle was truly terrifying and had shocking destructive power. It destroyed everything nearby madly before it gradually flew into the distance and disappeared. After the Metal Eagle left, a figure flashed and appeared at the entrance of the cave. It was the bald man from the Origin Luo Palace. He rushed into the cave, but soon he rushed out of the cave. Bennett, who is it? The bald burly man roared, his face extremely ferocious. 23. Chapter 2588 Weird Metal Ball. The bald man from the Yuan Luo Palace was furious. He understood that they had been scammed miserably. There had been more than 20 of them, but they had been chased by the metal eagle and killed along the way. Almost all of them had died, and he was the only one who had survived. Furthermore, when he rushed into the cave to take a look, the treasure had already disappeared. It was obvious that someone had taken the treasure away from the cave while the giant eagle was chasing them. If I find out who it is, it'll definitely grind your bones to dust and die. Without the bald man let out an angry roar and then left in a flash. Burial place. They kept running until they left the forest, crossed a plain, and entered the next forest. Only then did they let out a long breath. This fellow. Lu Ming realized that the metal ball was soft and sprawled on his shoulder like a pool of liquid metal. Lu Ming did not pay much attention to them. He joined forces with Xianxia, Xianxia, and Tong Shi, to resume their hunt for desolate beasts and beast cores. Bang, bang. 2 huge metal bears appeared in front of him. Their auras were very shocking. They were both at the 3rd level of the Void G. D realm. This forest was even more dangerous than the previous one. They had just entered and they had already encountered 2 3rd level Void G. D realm existences. I'll do it. Lu Ming rushed over directly. At the same time, he continuously triggered the battle formula. After a few times, the double combat power of the battle formula was triggered. Lu Ming and the 2 giant metal bears were engaged in an intense battle. He could only train himself in great battles. A 3rd level Void G. D was just right. For Lu Ming. The giant metal bear was about 10 meters tall and had immense strength. With a slap, the wind howled and the wind raged. Lu Ming blocked with the divine weapon sword and slashed out a few times metal bear. For a time, the 2 sides were locked in a fierce battle. Xianxia and Xianxia didn't make a move, they just stood on the side. Bang, bang. Succession, fighting the giant Lu Ming and the 2 giant metal bears collided continuously. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged dozens of moves. The 2 giant bears were furious and their roars were like thunder. The power of the bear paws grew stronger and stronger, causing Lu Ming to feel immense pressure. There were a few times when he was almost hit by the bear paws. Yes, this is the feeling. Lu Ming was not shocked. Instead, his eyes were filled with a strong desire to fight. This kind of pressure and the feeling of danger would allow him to improve faster. It would be very useful for both the path of domination and the comprehension of the battle character formula. Kill. Suddenly, Lu Ming let out a long howl and charged at a giant bear. The giant bear roared angrily and slapped its palm. Lu Ming's body slanted slightly, avoiding the blow to his vital parts. He allowed the palm to hit him while his combat sword slashed at the giant bear. Bang! Lu Ming was T by the fan. His body shook violently as if he had been struck by lightning. But at the same time, his combat sword also slashed the bear's chest, leaving a deep wound. The giant bear was enraged and its killing intent grew stronger. It was about to charge at Lu Ming when something happened. The metal ball, which was initially lying limply on Lu Ming's shoulder, suddenly turned into a rainbow light and rushed over. The metal ball's body turned into a sharp spike and stabbed at the giant bear's chest. The bear's chest was pierced through, leaving a hole in its back. The metal ball flew out from the bear's back and turned into a circle again. In the middle of the circle, a mouth and eyes full of fangs appeared. On both sides, metal liquid extended out like two tentacles. On the tentacle, there was a piece of golden metal. It was the beast core of the metal bear. Bang! As for the giant bear, it had fallen straight to the ground and was no longer breathing. What made Lu Ming and the rest even more dumbfounded was that the metal ball actually swallowed the beast core in one bite and began to chew it with a crunching sound. The remaining giant, metal bear roared and actually revealed a terrified expression. 2. Turned around and ran. Buzz. The metal ball turned into a beam of light and charged at the metal bear. The metal bear's defense was completely useless against the metal ball. The metal ball pierced through its body, leaving a hole in its chest. As for the beast core, it naturally fell into the metal ball. Gotcha! The metal ball then stuffed the beast core into its mouth and began to gobble it up. Its eyes revealed a very human-like expression of enjoyment. This is also fine. Lu Ming was in a daze. Judging from the aura of the metal ball, it should be at the first level of the Void D realm. However, the two giant metal bears at the third level of the Void D realm could not resist at all. It was as if the metallic sphere was capable of restraining these metallic life forms. Then, Lu Ming's heart ached. 2 third-level Void D-level beast cores were eaten by the metal ball just like that. That was worth 40 divine crystals. You can counter these metallic life forms? Lu Ming walked over and picked up the metal ball. Crack, crack. The metal ball chewed a few times with its big mouth, and its eyes revealed a proud expression. It was as if he was saying, of course. Lu Ming was overjoyed. Okay, help us hunt metal desolate beasts in the future. However, you can't eat the desolate beast's heart. You have to give it to me. Lu Ming said. Crack, crack. The metal ball bit down a few more times, and the entire metal ball started to spin. It was clearly rejecting the offer. You don't agree? If you don't agree, I'll stuff you into my storage ring and you won't be able to get a single piece. Lu Ming threatened. The metal ball's mouth clenched with all its might, and its eyes revealed a furious expression. Then I'll keep you in my storage ring. Lu Ming did not compromise. After a round of bargaining, he finally reached an agreement with the metal ball. Half of the beast cores that the metal ball had hunted would be given to Lu Ming and the other half would be left for it to eat. After their discussion, they set off. Not long after, they encountered a few more desolate beasts. However, when the metal ball appeared, these desolate beasts seemed to be very afraid. They were easily killed by the metal ball and their beast cores were taken away. The metal ball said half of the beast core to Lu Ming and stuffed the other half into its mouth, eating it noisily. Lu Ming and the rest were overjoyed. This way, their efficiency in hunting for beast cores would be greatly enhanced. Following that, they rampaged through the forest. Their speed of hunting desolate beasts greatly increased. Lu Ming realized that even if he encountered 4th-level Void D-level dire beasts, the metal ball could easily deal with them. It was just slightly more troublesome. Most of the time, Lu Ming and the rest did not need to do anything. Sometimes, when he met a suitable opponent, Lu Ming had to block the metal ball to have a chance to train. In the blink of an eye, they had been in this forest for 3 days. In these 3 days, they had gained a lot. They had obtained more than 1,000 beast cores from level 1 to level 4 of the Void D realm. If they were to exchange them for divine crystals, they would have obtained more than 20,000 divine crystals. It had only been a few days, and they had already gained so much. Everyone smiled. 23. Chapter 2590 Fierce Battle with a 5th Level Ethereal G. Oh. D Realm. One day, they came to a valley and encountered a nest of metal lizards. There were at least 20 of them, ranging from the 1st to the 4th level of the Void G. Oh. D Realm. The metal ball rushed out and killed a 4th level virtual G. Oh. D level metal lizard. Then attacked the other lizards. Leave 2 for me. Lu Ming rushed over as well. He held his combat sword in the air and blocked 2 3rd-level virtual G. Oh. D-level lizards. They were engaged in a fierce battle. Over the past few days, he had been fighting with the metallic desolate beasts from time to time. His understanding of the battle symbol art had become deeper and deeper. The chances of him activating the battle symbol art had also increased. They didn't notice that a figure had appeared on a mountain peak far away from them. This man was the bald man from the Origin Luo Palace. He had been searching for the past few days and came here by accident. He heard the fight here and came to take a look. With a glance, his eyes revealed a cold, killing intent. It's that treasure. His eyes were fixed on the metal ball. Back then, he had rushed into the cave and seen the metal ball. Just as he was about to take the metal ball, the giant metal eagle had returned, and he had run away in a hurry. Now that he saw the metal ball here, he immediately knew who had tricked him back then. It was Lu Ming and the rest. Tong Shi so it's them. I've sent few people, but they didn't kill them. And I want you all to die. The bald man's eyes revealed a cold expression and deep greed. That metal ball could casually kill metal desolate beasts and obtain their beast cores. If he could obtain them, he would be rich. He moved along the ground and dashed toward Lu Ming and the rest silently. I was very cautious. Although the cultivation of Lu Ming and the rest did not seem to be high, there were 4th level Void G. Oh. D level powerhouses among the people he had sent out. However, they had not returned in the end. Therefore, he decided to use a sneak attack to get rid of a few people first. He was extremely fast and soon he was close to Lu Ming and the rest. Who's there? Xianxia's eyes suddenly turned in one direction. A holy light spread out and formed a sword. He slashed out. Wherever the sword light said, the metal trees were cut in half. Boom. On the other side, divine power burst forth and a figure shot into the sky, exposed to everyone. His spiritual sense is so sharp. Also, his divine power is so strong. The bald man from the Yuan Luo Palace was shocked. He had already concealed his aura, but he was still discovered by Xianxia. At the same time, he was shocked by the power of Xianxia's sword. The divine power of someone at the 1st level of the Void G. Oh. D Realm was actually not weaker than that of someone at the 4th level of the Void G. Oh. D Realm. A monster. There's actually such a monster in the righteous army. We must get rid of him. The bald burly man roared in his heart. It's him. At that moment, Lu Ming, Xianxia, and the rest recognized the bald man. They had seen him from afar before. Buzz. Lu Ming moved and dodged the 2 lizards' attacks. Then the metal ball rushed over and killed the 2 lizards. It took out their beast cores and landed on Lu Ming's shoulder. Tong Shi, you're not dead yet. It seems that the people I sent are dead. The bald man said ferociously. That's right, we've already killed him. Tong Shi said. However, her expression was a little grave. This bald burly man gave her a lot of pressure. He was definitely a terrifying expert. So, you were the ones who alerted the metal eagle and lured it back to the cave? The bald man sneered, his eyes flashing with a fierce light. It seems that you're not stupid. Lu Ming said coldly. Kid, give me that metal ball. The bald man looked at the metal ball on Lu Ming's shoulder. The greed in his eyes intensified. You want it? Come and get it yourself. Lu Ming said. You're looking for death. The bald burly man moved and charged at Lu Ming like a bolt of lightning. Whoosh, whoosh. As soon as the bald man moved, Xianxia and Xianxia moved as well. A black and a white sword light flew towards the bald man. Get lost. A saber appeared in the bald man's hand. The saber light flashed as he slashed at Xianxia and the other man, trying to shake off their sword light. 5th level Void G. Oh, D realm. Lu Ming could tell the bald man's cultivation level the moment he made his move. A 5th level Void G. Oh, D realm was definitely powerful. Xianxia and Xianxia did not dare to fight the bald man head-on. They changed their sword stances and transformed into a dozen sword lights. They dodged the bald man's saber and stabbed at his vital points. Get lost, get lost. The bald man bellowed as he slashed his saber. However, Xianxia and Xianxia's combat techniques were too powerful. They dodged his attacks completely, but they were still able to attack his vital points at all times. The two of them joined forces, and the sword light kept flashing, forcing the bald man to be unable to rush over. Bang! At this moment, a cold glint flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. He took a step forward and charged at the bald man, slashing his sword at the man's head. Gel lost. The bald burly man bellowed. His divine power boiled and burst out like a tide. Lu Ming's combat sword slashed against this strong divine power, as if it had slashed against a mountain. Boom! Lu Ming felt a surge of terrifying power surging towards him, and he could not help but retreat. 5th level of Ethereal G. Oh, D realm. What a strong power. Lu Ming felt his arms go numb and his blood and qi were in turmoil. Fang! At that moment, the metal ball threw a beast core into its mouth. As it chewed, its body rushed toward the bald man. In the process of rushing out, the metal ball changed sharply, turning into a big ball with a diameter of a few meters, smashing towards the bald man. Thump! The bald man's blade hit the metal ball, causing a huge explosion. The metal ball was sent flying, but the bald man's blade momentum also slowed down. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Xianxia and Xianxia's sword radiance surged like two rainbow lights and instantly attacked the bald man. Get lost! The bald man roared and slashed out with his saber. A crescent-shaped blade light slashed out in all directions. This was a large-scale attack. Even though it consumed a lot of divine power, it was very useful in this situation. Xianxia and Xianxia couldn't help but retreat. Although they could kill 4th level Void G, D level powerhouses with their powerful combat techniques, they were still no match for 5th level Void G. DS. Brat died. After forcing Xianxia and Xianxia back, the bald man pounced at Lu Ming with a ferocious expression. Go! Lu Ming waved his hand and the metal ball rushed out again, charging at the bald man. However, the metal ball was still blasted away by the bald man's saber. Chapter 2591. Fleeing in a sorry state. The metal ball was extremely heavy, and its power was comparable to a 4th level Void G. D realm. However, it couldn't block the bald man's attack. Tong Shi was extremely anxious at the side. However, with her strength, the difference between her and the bald man was too great. She would only die if she went up. Brat die! The bald burly man bellowed. He saw that the metal ball was following Lu Ming and had the greatest killing intent toward him. He wanted to get rid of Lu Ming first. Lu Ming's size narrowed and he retreated rapidly. At the same time, he exploded his ruler's power to the maximum. Buzz! The bald burly man's saber radiance was incomparably dazzling as it slashed toward Lu Ming. As Lu Ming retreated, he slashed out with his sword and it collided with the bald man's saber. Clang! The sword and saber collided, sending sparks flying in all directions. Lu Ming fell in extremely terrifying force surging towards him. His body shook violently and he flew out like a cannonball, crashing into the wall of the valley. Even the metal wall cracked and caved in. Lu Ming spat out a mouthful of blood. He felt that his arm was about to break from the impact. The divine weapon sword in his hand had actually been chipped. A level 5 low-grade G. D equipment. Lu Ming's heart stirred. The battle saber in the bald man's hand was a level 5 low-quality G. D weapon, while the battle sword in his hand was only a level 3 low-quality G. D weapon. It was normal for the other party to have a crack in it. In the primal universe, Divine weapons were divided into 4 major levels: low grade, medium grade, high grade, and top grade. Each level was further divided into 9 ranks. The combat sword in Lu Ming's hand was given to him by Bai Ye. It was a level 3 low-grade divine artifact and was the highest level divine artifact that Lu Ming bad. Boom. At this time, the metal ball charged at the bald man again. Its size had become even bigger, with a diameter of 10 meters. It was like a small hill as it smashed towards the bald man. Xian Yanjuan, Dark Holy Light Technique. Xian Yanqing sent a message to Xian Yanjuan. All right. Xian Yanjuan nodded. Boom, boom. Brilliant light burst out from the two of them. One was black and the other was white, like a black sun and a white sun. Then, the black and white light intertwined and formed a cage, enveloping the bald man in it. Boom. The bald man struck the cage with all his might, but it didn't break. This was the Dark Holy Light Cage, a secret skill that could only be used by Xian Yanging and Xian Yanjuan when they worked together. When the Heaven Realm and the evil D Realm had fought, the two of them had worked together to trap the sacred ancestor Bloodheart for a while. Back then they had only been Demi-G. DS, but they had been able to trap sacred ancestor Bloodheart, who was at the Void D Realm. Now that both of them had broken through to the Void D Realm, their cultivation techniques had changed, and they could control divine power. The power of this technique was much stronger than before. Boom, boom, boom. The bald burly man went berserk. His blade glowed brightly as he launched a frenzied attack. However, it was blocked by the Dark Holy Light Cage. He couldn't break it at all. Lu Ming, attack, Zik Nianqing shouted. Kill! Lu Ming bellowed. He exerted all his strength and slashed his combat sword madly. Sword Qi rushed towards the bald man as if it was free. At the same time, Tong Shi also charged over and attacked with all her might. In addition, the metal ball would seize the opportunity to hit the bald man from time to time. The Dark Holy Light Cage did not stop Lu Ming and the rest at all. Their attacks bombarded the bald burly man to their heart's content. At this moment, the bald burly man was like a live target, allowing Lu Ming and the rest to attack him. The bald burly man waved his saber with all his might to block the attacks from Lu Ming and the rest. However, Xian Yanqing and Xian Yanjin's Dark Holy Light Cage could not only trap him, but also attack him. Black and white lotuses emerged from the Dark Holy Light Cage and turned into Sword Qi. They danced and attacked the bald man. For a moment, the bald man was teared and could only try his best to resist. However, he could only defend and not attack. He was a live target and there would always be times when he was careless. A black sword light streaked across his body, leaving a deep sword wound that was bleeding profusely. He bellowed in anger and retreated rapidly, crashing into the Dark Holy Light Cage. A white sword light flashed and his chest was almost pierced. The bald man let out a beast-like roar. Isle was in existence at the 5th level of the Void D Realm, yet he was injured by a few juniors at the 1st level of the Void D Realm. He was furious. Unfortunately, it was useless no matter how angry he was. After a while, he was even more outmatched. He staggered after being hit by the metal ball. Lu Ming seized the opportunity and almost beheaded him with a slash of his sword, leaving a sword wound that was a few feet long on his chest. The bald man's strength started to weaken. "You're the one who's going to die today," Lu Ming said coldly, and his attacks became more violent. "Don't even think about it. You juniors can forget about killing me," the bald burly man roared. His aura suddenly skyrocketed, as if there was a flame burning Shen power. The bald burly man was going all out. Normal people would not burn their Shen power unless it was a critical moment. This was because if they burned their Shen power too much, their cultivation might decrease and even leave behind terrifying aftereffects that would make it difficult for them increase their cultivation in the future. Usually, if they did not encounter an especially dangerous situation, they would not risk their lives like this. However, the bald man had no choice but to risk his life. If he didn't, he might die here. Boom, boom. The burning of his divine power increased the bald man's strength by a large margin. He broke through everyone's attacks with a single strike, then heavily slashed at the dark holy light cage. Boom. The dark holy light cage started to shake violently. Boom. Boom. Following that, the bald burly man bombarded the dark holy light cage in a frenzy, causing the cage to shake more and more violently. Xianxia and Xianxia's delicate bodies trembled as their faces turned pale. The bald burly man attacked 50 to 60 times in a row, and he specifically attacked a certain area. Gotcha. That area finally couldn't hold on any longer and a crack appeared. Then, the crack collapsed and a gap appeared. Buzz. The bald man seized the opportunity and rushed out of the gap. He then turned into a rainbow light and sped into the distance. I will take revenge for this sooner or later. The bald burly man's furious roar could be heard. He actually did not dare to stay. He needed to find a place to stop and burn his Shun power to recuperate. If he continued, not only would his cultivation level fall, but it would also leave behind terrifying after effects. It would be a great loss if there were terrifying after effects that would prevent him from improving his cultivation in the future. Compared to killing Lu Ming and the rest, his future was more important. He would have another chance to kill Lu Ming and the rest in the future. In the blink of an eye, the bald man had disappeared. What a pity! Lu Ming sighed secretly. However, he also knew that their cultivation base was too low. It was already extremely shocking that they could force a 5th-level Void G.O.D. realm existence into such a state. Chapter 2592 Metal Sphere Advances. The bald man retreated with serious injuries. Lu Ming and the rest did not stay and left the place immediately. Following that, they were much more cautious and went to remote places to avoid encountering other martial artists. The next 10 days were very peaceful. Nothing major happened. They were able to hunt desolate beasts in. With the help of the metal ball, their speed of hunting desolate beasts had greatly increased. However, they realized something. The metal ball could deal with 4th-level virtual G.O.D. level wild beasts, but it would be very difficult to deal with 5th-level virtual G.O.D. level wild beasts. It could scare the other party, but if the other party turned and ran, the metal ball could not catch up. Therefore, the wild beasts they hunted were all below the 4th level of the Void G.D. realm. During this period, Lu Ming, Xianxia, Xianxia, and Tong Shi also went all out to kill the dire beasts and hunt for their beast corks. After all, if it relied on the metal ball alone, I would have to take half of the beast cores hunted. If they worked together, their efficiency would naturally be much higher. In 10 days' time, together with the beast cores they had hunted before, they could probably sell all of them for around 100,000 divine crystals. Was definitely a big harvest. On this day, after the metal ball swallowed a beast core, its body suddenly emitted a brilliant light. A powerful aura filled the air. Could this be? He's about to advance? Lu Ming was a little stunned. Could it be that the metal ball would be able to advance if it kept devouring the beast core? Lu Ming had many thoughts in his mind. The metal ball was like a balloon, swelling and shrinking. This repeated for a few hours before it finally stabilized, and the aura of the metal ball also increased. 2nd level of the Void G.O.D. realm. Lu Ming understood that the metal ball had really advanced and reached 2nd level Void G.O.D. level. Lu Ming was overjoyed. The metal ball had advanced and it would undoubtedly be more powerful. In the future, it would be faster to hunt dire beasts. While they were hunting wild beasts, a figure rushed out of a hidden cave. It was the bald man from the Origin Luo Palace. After more than 10 days, his injuries had finally completely recovered. The side effects of burning Shun power had also completely stabilized. Tong Shi and that kid, don't think of having an easy time. If I can't have him, you can't either, the bald man said ferociously. Then, his figure flashed and he left. Tens of thousands of miles away, there was another group of people hunting desolate beasts. There were about a dozen of them. This group of people came from another force, the Feng Yun Hall. Feng Yunhao was a force that was not weaker than the Yuanluo Palace and the Jingtian army. Who is it? Suddenly, an old man leading the Feng Yunhao looked in one direction with lightning-like eyes. Brother Feng, you're really sharp. I'm impressed. With a chuckle, a figure emerged. It was the bald man from the Origin Luo Palace. Kong Bing, is that you? What, do you want to take advantage of my Feng Yunhao? The old man from Feng Yunhao scanned the surroundings with lightning-like eyes. The other people of Feng Yunhao also looked around vigilantly. The chaotic astrolochen is a chaotic place with countless big and small powers. It's a common occurrence for these powers to kill each other. On the myriad gold star, it was common to fight for beast cores, so they naturally had to be on high alert. Brother Feng, you must be joking. I'm here to tell you a great opportunity. The bald man laughed. A great opportunity? The corners of the old man's mouth curled up slightly. He obviously didn't believe it. If there's an opportunity, why would you be so kind as to tell me? He would have taken it for himself long ago. This opportunity isn't in my hands. It was taken away by a few kids from the righteous army. They obtained a type of metal ball that has spirituality. It can suppress other metal desolate beasts on the myriad gold star and then their beast cores. It's extremely efficient. The bald man said. What? There was actually such a treasure? Kong Bing, you're not lying to me, are you? The old man still didn't believe him. It's up to you to believe it or not. The news has been delivered. There are only 4 people in the Jingtian army, 3 women and 1 man. They are all young people. Why don't you try to see if it's true? The bald man laughed, and then his figure flashed and left. Big Brother Li, what should we do? Is this Kong Bing telling the truth? Someone asked the old man. There's actually such a powerful metallic life form that can suppress the other metallic desolate beasts. It's better to believe it than not. If it's true, then we'll be rich. Well, immediately find those fellows from the righteous army. The old man ordered. After that, the bald man shuttled through the land to find people from other forces and spread the news. Most of them, like the old man of Feng Yunhao, would rather look for it. More and more people joined in the search for Lu Ming and the rest. Lu Ming and the rest were unaware of this and continued to hunt for beast cores. With the advancement of the metal ball, their speed of obtaining beast cores had increased. They could even kill 5th-level virtual D-level wild beasts now. There's someone. One day, as they were moving forward, Xianxia's eyes suddenly moved. Lu Ming and Xianxia also sensed it. Buzz. And NBSP whoosh. The figures in front of him flickered, and 6 figures appeared. These 6 people were from the human-snake hybrid clan and the ox-head clan. The leader of the group, an old serpent man, swept a dark gaze at Lu Ming and the rest. His gaze eventually landed on the metal ball on Lu Ming's shoulder. It's just as Kong Bing said. There really is a metallic life form like this. The serpent man elder's eyes were filled with greed. They came from a small force and only 6 of them were on the myriad gold star. When they heard news about Kong Bing, they immediately started searching everywhere. Unexpectedly, they found Lu Ming and the others first. Brat, hand over that metal ball and well spare your life. The serpent man elder spoke with a sharp and hoa voice. He swung his tail back and forth threateningly. Are they here for the metal ball? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He immediately thought of the bald man from the Origin Hall. It must have been the bald man who leaked the news, or he wanted to use someone else to get rid of them. Get lost. Lu Ming shouted coldly. Among the 6 of them, the Snake Man Elder had the highest cultivation base, which was at the 4th level of the Void D realm. The rest of them were all below the 4th level of the Void D realm, so they were not afraid at all. What did you just say? A transformation Void martial stage warrior dares to talk to me like this. If you hand over the metal ball, I could consider sparing your life. Now, even if you kneel down and beg me, you will still die. The Serpent Man Elder's voice was extremely cold and filled with killing intent. I'll kill him. A 3rd-level Void D realm Minotaur held a battle axe. He arched his body and took a step forward, charging toward Lu Ming like an arrow. Go, Smash him to death. Lu Ming waved his hand and the metal ball flew out. At the same time, it expanded rapidly and smashed down on the Minotaur's face. 22 Swipe left to continue. You're tuning in to the Wang Lin's Journey YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.